Webinar is going live. Okay, we are being recorded. Yeah, thank you everybody for joining us today. Super exciting. Of course, we are blessed with fantastic weather when we will be stuck inside all day. But nonetheless, I'm super glad you're all here. You should have received the agenda already. Starting out with, we'll have a welcome and icebreaker. Thank you so much to V for taking the lead on that icebreaker piece. So I'll hand it over to him in just a moment. Over the course of the agenda, we'll hear from Chief and the Policy Sergeant starting out. They'll bring up some of the things that are upcoming on EPD's agenda for us to consider as we put forward our work plan to City Council. And then we'll have a short break before moving on to public comment. We'll review the work plan and the Policy Sergeant's suggestions, and then we'll have public comment and move on to the Chief's piece. And then we'll break down into our actual brainstorming and planning piece before finally prioritizing what the actual 10 or 15 items that we will take before council and ask them to approve. So to start off with, V, do you want to take us away with the icebreaker ideas?
Yeah, I could start now, or unless you want to wait until more people get here. What do you want to do, Sean?
Let's go.
Okay, and they can just join us as they get here.
Yep. I guess to Ian and Silver, who have just joined us, we're starting off with an icebreaker, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, so I guess we can start from top, upper left corner, finish up that whole row, and then we'll go to Amanda, do the second row. And then that way, if more people join us, we can then incorporate them into this activity. So the icebreaker that we're doing is to help us, kind of have a little opportunity to get to know each other a little more, and to incorporate a little bit of fun into our retreat. And I did solicit opinion from Bonnie about the icebreaker, and basically change it around a little bit. So now it's going to be, everyone's going to have an individual question, individualized question. It's going to be very different, rather than having people repeat, questions the same way or whatever. Anyway, here we go. So we'll start with Jeremy. Are you ready, Jeremy? If you don't like the question, you can pass that question to the next person behind you, and then we'll come back to you later.
Everybody's screen sometimes is different.
Yeah.
All right.
So you need to call out who's next.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
What's my question?
So the question is, what does your breakfast look like typically?
My breakfast? To be honest with you, you guys are gonna laugh. My breakfast is usually a lemon water.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my breakfast. So, but hey, it's some vitamin C, right? So I'm not a big breakfast guy.
Apparently.
But hey, you just learned something about me though.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
So then I'm gonna skip me because it wouldn't be fair for me to go first. I'll go to Sean next. Sean, if you could be eating any one food in the world right now, what would it be?
It has to be food. I can't just pick like something worth $1 million and then sell that, right? Probably a quesadilla.
To get $1 million, you have to go through this process that we don't want to hear about.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, probably just a quesadilla, maybe some enchiladas. Yeah, that's my favorite food.
And Dallas, if you had to wear a shirt with one word on it for an entire year, what would it be and why?
Pass.
Amanda, what superpower do you wish you have and why?
I would have to pick flying. I think that would be amazing, and then be able to go anywhere. So yeah, I'd pick flying.
Okay, cool, thanks. And Jennifer, how do you like to relax and de-stress?
That is an excellent question right now. Okay, so my way of relaxing is what my kids call my natural habitat is laying in my bed, doing something stupid on my phone, usually watching anime or playing Polytopia, something like that.
Cool, thanks. And Alan, what is your favorite ethnic cuisine? Name one of your favorite dishes.
Oh, whoa. Right now, Thai food from Sabai, lava catfish.
Lava catfish. Ooh, that sounds good. All right, Michael.
Medium, not
Spicy.
super hot. It's spicy enough with that. I'm like spicy, but
It's more like anyway. All right. So Michael, what would the title of your autobiography be?
Oh, that's interesting. I was all ready to like talk about food. I don't know. I have no idea.
You want to pass on that? I'll come back to
Yeah,
you.
I'll pass.
Okay. All right, Ian, you ready for yours? If you could go on a mission to Mars, would you? Why or why not?
That's interesting. I have a severe fun allergy, so I'll need to grab my inhaler after this. Yeah, I think that it depends on who's there, right? If I was like the first person on Mars, I don't know if I would head out there. I just have so many friends here. But yeah, the idea of heading to Mars and like co-creating a new culture, you know, being a part of that experience, that's definitely something that I would be a part of if I wasn't like farming potatoes and just very lonely. So yeah, I think it depends on where we're at in this future Mars scenario.
Cool.
poop potatoes.
All right, Bonnie, what is your favorite memory with your best friend? And your best friend does not have to be a human being. It could be an animal.
Right now, I think it's painting. We were painting a mural, and that was really fun. Yeah, and then it got taken down by the city, but that's okay.
All right, Maisie. What is something that makes you happy when you think of it?
Puppies and unicorns.
All right, Silver. What was one food you liked least as a child? Do you still hate it or do you love it now?
Perfect question. Lentils. My grandmother had some old lentils in the cupboard in the pantry, and when we were going through a hard time, that was the last thing she was able to make, and it was like before they washed lentils, and she just dumped them in, so it was like full of dirt. And then lentils are a big part of a vegan diet, and I can't eat them. I hate them.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. All right, Chantel, what would you rather talk like Yoda or breathe like Darth Vader, and why?
I definitely have to say talk like Yoda because I feel like I would annoy my kid, and that's the best revenge at this point.
I feel like you were just talking like Darth Vader. I don't know if it was just
It was more like
my
that.
computer. I was like, oh my gosh, Chantel knows.
So many issues right now, so I probably am, honestly.
Yeah, it's very auto-tuned.
Darth Vader for sure.
I'm sorry, I'm having so many technical issues, but
Okay, it's all right. So I guess we go back to Dallas. Dallas, You have to give a 2 minutes speech on anything. What would the topic be? Anything but policy related.
A 2-minute speech. It would be about people respecting humanity.
Oh, cool. All right, speech. Okay. I guess, all right. So if you're stranded on a deserted island, and you have the option of bringing 3 items with you, what 3 items would they be?
Besides lentils.
Besides lentil, yeah. I would have to say, I want to bring a satellite phone with me. And I want to bring a radio with me to keep me entertained. And then I also want to have a food replicator that has a solar power. So from Star Trek, you know.
Yeah.
That's cheating.
That's cheating. Why don't you just say genie in a bottle gives you 3 wishes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
I'm calling you out, Michael. What's the title of your autobiography?
Yeah, Michael.
Oh, I thought I would get a new question if I passed. I didn't know I'd have to come back to it.
I think you do get a new.
Yeah, I want to do that again, Michael. Want to do a question? All right. What is your favorite food combination?
Oh, that's a great one. Fruit and yogurt.
Mm.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Well, thanks for participating. I was hoping the chief would be here so I can get involved with this exercise too.
He'll have to answer all of our questions in under 5 minutes. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you. That was fun.
Lovely. Yeah, thank you, V. And thanks for hosting that. I really appreciate it. I look forward to when we're all in person again. So next up on the agenda, we've got a review of our work commission, or our commission work and outcomes from the last work plan. So many of you, this will be entirely new with topics which we didn't really discuss once you came on board. But this is also a good opportunity to review what we've been doing for the past 2 years, ask questions, and then this will go before City Council to talk about our successes and our failures, things that went well and things that didn't work the way we had hoped they would. So Jeremy, do you want to bring that up? You will also find it in your packets.
Okay, to clarify, you want me to bring up the packet, correct?
Yes, please, to share.
Not the whiteboard? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So on the first page, once Jeremy gets it up, you'll notice that it's just a collection of all our names. The last commission, normally when we do a work plan like this, it covers. The appointment process is a little bit more cut and dry. Essentially, we come to the council with recommendations for the next commissioners and a report at the same time. This year, we don't have any new commissioners to be appointed. So we don't need to worry about any of that. We have the 12 of us for the foreseeable future. So it's got our names up there, and then we go into a little bit of background, if you want to scroll down, a little bit of background about what the police commission is, the work it does. Jennifer, Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume that the city council already knows this stuff, doesn't even bother to read it most of the time, as we get to the more interesting work down below. So on page 5 of our packet, we see the beginning of, at the last police commission retreat, we identified these 15 items as, important enough to have a conversation about, or to basically put on the agenda going forward to work on. Some of these we've done a great job at, some of these we've made our best efforts at, and some of these have not worked out the way we had hoped. On the right-hand side, the order is weighted by the number of votes it got, not by importance. So at the last commission, like at this commission, at the end of this process, at the end of our brainstorming, we'll each get 10 votes that we can use as we see fit. So we could put all of our votes on one topic, or spread them out 3 to 3 different topics, or 1 to 10 different topics. That's exactly what happened at the last commission. And on the right-hand side, you'll see how those votes fell out. So we selected the top 15 last time as being the primary work plan, and we had a few things on the parking lot as well. If you want to keep scrolling down, these parking lot items were not top priority, but we got to them when and where we could. One example is the Guardian trailers, where we had a brief conversation about how well they were doing. Sorry, Silver, I just saw your message. I don't know. V, and Amanda, did we ask you a icebreaker question?
Yeah, it was superpower, and I chose flying.
Cool. Oh yeah, because I thought you said wine at first, and
Oh, no.
I was like, that's a great superpower. Yeah, so down at the parking lot, we have things that didn't get, we have to select a break point. This year, it's probably going to be 10 or 15 items, just like before. And last time around, we chose 15 pretty arbitrarily, and focused on those top 15 priorities as the leadership set the agenda going forward. So one of the questions I'll ask about items on the work plan we're putting together today is, how do you want to see it accomplished? What do you think will be effective? Because one of the things I learned from the first process is that I didn't ask nearly enough questions, and I wasn't chair at the time. So I wasn't thinking about it like, how do I get this done? I was thinking about it as like, this is something I want to talk about. And then when I got to I'm chair now, how do I do it? It completely changed my perspective. So going forward, I will ask a lot of questions about how you want to accomplish it, what success looks like. It's not criticism. It's just because I'm trying to figure out how to actually accomplish the things we set our mind to. Scrolling down, you'll see the rubric, the Excel spreadsheet style table. On the left-hand side, you'll see the check marks. As per Jennifer's excellent commentary before, we've changed it to ongoing objectives, because these are not things that are one and done. We've solved outreach to neighborhoods. We never have to do that again. That's just not how that works. These are ongoing things that we try out and attempt to accomplish. One of the things that we attempted to accomplish and successfully rotated meeting locations, nonetheless did not achieve what we had hoped it would, i.e. more attendance and participation. But what did achieve more attendance and participation was Zoom. So it's got a check box, even though the actual physically rotating meetings didn't work out the way it was supposed to. Zoom has been excellent for encouraging the community to participate and making sure that they have an opportunity to engage and review and keep abreast of what's going on with the police commission, and give us feedback when they have opinions. So Zoom has been the biggest success from that lesson in my experience. Going down to spillover in neighborhoods, this was actually something that I suggested for the commission last time around. I was concerned that the hyper focus on the downtown area was having a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhoods, i.e. the more enforcement downtown receives, the more attention and uniforms that downtown receives might propel folks out into the nearby neighborhoods. This is as well-intentioned and I think interesting as the question is, it is not one that we managed to find a satisfactory answer for. So I've marked that as an X, as not done. Honestly, not even a question that I am still overly concerned with. But we can get to that part during the brainstorming session. Going down further, we have the more emergent issues. These are the issues that we've started to work on since we've gotten the new commissioners on board. And the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, being the most transformative, and the protests and riots being the most talked about issues. Are there any questions or concerns or thoughts so far on this work plan? I know I've been.
I have a question.
Yeah, Amanda.
Maybe you said this and I just missed it, but could you say again what the spillover one was? I missed what that was.
Yeah, so the spillover, the reason I suggested it initially was because downtown has a lot of different laws and a lot of attention given to enforcement. And when I was concerned that enforcing a lot of laws in downtown would push certain people out of downtown and into the surrounding areas, particularly homeless people who often receive a lot of attention from enforcement officers. So I was concerned that would push it out into the surrounding neighborhoods and cause a conflict between homeless folks there and the neighborhoods, because we were focusing just on downtown. Of course, we're not just in downtown. We have officers throughout the city. But the data on tracking contacts was not sufficient to prove any rise in contact outside of downtown in proportion to ours. And so as I did not follow through with that data after the first meeting, after the downtown enforcement review, when the questions that I asked were answered, but didn't get me any closer to actually understanding what I wanted to answer. So that's why that one's an X, because it didn't go the way I'd hoped it would.
Totally. Okay. No, that answers my question. Thank you.
Sean, this is Alan. I just wanted to say, I got dropped at the end of the Icebreaker. Had to reboot, so now I'm back.
Cool. Thank you. Silver?
I had a question about the number of reports that we had dealing with diversity and equity, because that was a major component of what I wanted to see be done. If you recall, we moved it from, I think it was every 2 months to quarterly. And when we did have some of those reports, some of those breakout reports, they were at the beginning of just before the pandemic happened.
Yeah, so the diversity, equity, and inclusion reports for the first year were pretty in line with what we expected. During the second year, and I believe during the last work plan review before folks joined us, I believe I suggested transitioning from taking up committee time in light of the protests and riots, where we wanted to focus on policy and reviewing those in the wake of George Floyd's murder, and made it incumbent upon us to attend things like the belonging training by city employees. So that got opened up to us, and we transitioned that direction to make more time for actual policy work during the meetings, the police commission meetings themselves. And please, if you have thoughts on that, or as we go into the brainstorming session, if we want to change up that strategy, I'm all ears.
Well, so when I brought it up originally, it was because we had a different makeup of this body. And I still feel that it's important for those reports to be in public record. It doesn't have to be something that's lengthy, but I do feel that we need to have some more focus on what the department's doing and what sort of mileposts we've hit. And if we don't have those sort of conversations brought to the table, then I think we're missing out on a big piece that we would benefit from.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah. If you recall too, it wasn't just like, the some of the different departments from the county or the city. It was also opening up to reports from the NAACP, LULAC, different community organizations. We were trying to get some just kind of feedback from different groups throughout the community.
Yeah, so I remember that very well, and one of my learning experiences during all of this has been the different perspective between trying to organize those versus when I was just like, yeah, those should happen, and I agree that they should. So one of the things that I've added to this rubric for our current brainstorming is how do we want to accomplish whatever suggestion it is, and that I'm hoping will include suggestions for outside resources that we can draw on, so that it's not me, frankly, so it's not me saying like, hey, are you willing to be tokenized in front of the police commission? I know you've never met me, but I'm chair of this very important organization, and doing some more, instead of that, not doing that, and instead doing some more community building and work with the people who are making the suggestions to set up that work beforehand, rather than frankly fumbling around, which is kind of how it went the first time I tried.
I understand that completely, but it also has an impact to be able to have a seat at the table and to be able to take some of the time from the commission, from the different
and I'm
if it's
I'm
a matter of
hoping we get my
tokenizing,
suggestion for
I work with a
who
number
to
of these
do.
people and a number of these different organizations, and I'd be willing to put myself out there to be the person who approaches them, knowing that there's so many different communities that don't feel that they have an opportunity to speak to this body.
Yeah. Excellent. Yes, thank you. Any other questions before?
I have a question.
Dallas.
So, and I've seen this a lot, for many years. We have on here diversity, equity, and inclusion goals.
Mhm.
Just like a university has a diversity, equity, and inclusion vice presidents and so forth. So my question is, what's the bottom line? Are we trying to have more diversity in the police force? Then what's the number? And who's going after those people? Is that what we're talking about? Or are you saying that we need more people of diversity speaking to us about their issues with the police force?
Can I take that?
Yeah, please.
Since I brought it up.
Yep. Yeah.
So I'm not necessarily looking for a more diverse force. What I'm looking for is a better perspective from those who are already involved. At the time, when we came up with this plan, it was a largely white commission, and we didn't have a lot of conversations regarding diversity. I am grateful that we have the body that we have. I've always been grateful for the body that we've had. We've worked with some wonderful people, but I also like getting different perspectives and different viewpoints. So one, getting different viewpoints involved in the body. Two, having more transparency and being able to make sure that the community at large feels that they have an opportunity to speak, not just to this body, but to the police themselves. Three, that transparency leads to a better trust between the organization, the department, and the community. So I think The original intent that I had was so that we can open up bigger dialogue with the community, the BIPOC community, the LGBTQI plus community. And we were also looking to do different public meetings. We tried that for a few months and it didn't work out. We had the same people that came to the police commission meetings come in. And so transparency, trust building, and an opportunity for different perspectives, plus a seat at the table to be able to kind of express, what you're seeing. That's what I would say.
Okay, so in lieu of more and more and more of these or these ad hoc type groups, and don't get me wrong, I get it. We had a meeting. It's almost more effective if we each broke out, if each person was assigned to one of the said groups. An example, I could meet with NAACP. You could meet with a group. Bonnie could meet with a group. Chantel could meet with a group. Maisie could meet with a group. And have a group meeting individually and then bring that back to us what we got as a good start.
Yeah, we've done that.
And so
we were working on that. Yeah, we were doing that with the community, the different CBOs and the different neighborhood committees. So
what's CBO?
Community-based organizations. Yeah, and the different neighborhood committees and stuff like that. Yeah, so we've done that. It didn't work.
Yeah, there's, outreach to the community has always been a struggle. I think it's valuable despite the difficulties that it sometimes poses. And I look forward to discussing more about how to do it in our brainstorming session. For the report on what's worked and what's not, Silver, I'd like your perspective. Since it's under ongoing, I put a check mark there, even recognizing that it's not all been complete successes. So do you think that check mark is appropriate, or should it be changed to a work in progress?
So Dallas, you have great points and I really appreciate them, but just being the person who, I think I've been here longer than Jeremy, just as Jeremy's function where he is, the things that we've tried just they haven't worked out. So I think this is an ongoing process and I think it's something that we need to continue to strive for. And I don't think that we can ever say that we're completely done. And the ad hoc committee was, you're right. We did it. We had a meeting.
Excellent.
There were they took a lot out of me.
What is the outcome? What is the goal?
So I would say the goal would be more transparency, a better understanding between how the department's been working, and trust and dialogue between the department and the community. And that's something that the chief has always, been talking about. We want to have a more relationship building with the community. So the goal would be to definitely just build upon that trust and that outreach towards the different communities in Eugene. There's a group for everything. There's people that are involved in doing all kinds of different organizing. And if we could just tap into what they want and what they've been seeing, then we can get a better perspective. But it's always been a trust building thing.
Yeah.
How do you measure that? How do you measure trust?
Well, I mean, part of it is you guys are here. We were given an incredible opportunity to be able to bring in new people onto the police commission. And, we had 4 opportunities to bring in different perspectives, and that was given to us by the council. Thank you. And by the mayor. And now we have different opinions that are not just, sort of a privileged opinion. I'm sorry I'm going to speak like that, but that's the truth. We had a largely male, largely privileged opinion before on this body. And one of the measurables that we can have now is I can see the makeup of this organization now, and we've made some tremendous amount of progress.
And my question would be, how has the community even know about this diversity? An example of which, we don't have any of our pictures or anything on our bios. I have not seen any articles. So what I'm saying is, some of these communities, do they even know what this group looks like?
Yeah, so
Knowing
let's,
that transparency would maybe build trust.
yes, and this is a super valuable conversation. Since we're only at this point talking about what we have done so far, I'd like to put a pin in this so that we can move on to other questions we've got. Finalize this report to City Council with the concerns that Silver has raised and with the concerns that Dallas has raised about the difficulty of this work and of measurable consequences, and have this under the ongoing work to show that it's something we are concerned about, do care about, but are not pretending we're done with. Is that in line with everybody's
Yeah,
expectations?
I mean, I don't like taking up too much time, and I'm starting to sound like a politician. I don't want to do that. But I think it's a good dialogue, and I think it's something that we definitely need to do.
So you're saying we're going to get to this later in the meeting?
I think for the brainstorming session, I'm very, very confident that how we communicate with the public and how we do so in a way that encourages diversity of opinions and input, both from the department and to the public, are gonna come up. And it's gonna be something we spend some time discussing plans for the future on how to accomplish it. So you'll notice instead of one long break, I've got a couple of little breaks in the agenda. So I'm hoping that maybe just before public opinion or just before the prioritization of the final work plan that we'll take before council, we can put some thought into how to accomplish this going forward, because I agree with everything that's been said so far. Jennifer, you had your hand up, and then I believe Ian did as well.
My comment was, you said we're talking about this later, so I will wait.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make sure that we were continuing to go on track with the agenda.
Sweet. So next step of the work completed in 2020, it's a written out list of the same thing that's on the table before, a little bit more detail. One of the final things on the work completed was that increased communication and outreach between the commission and the department. So between us and the officers, which you'll notice was top of the agenda, but with the COVID pandemic, the number of informational sessions we've received, the opportunities for team building have not been quite what we wanted, but nonetheless, we've done a lot of good work as we've refocused on this emergent issues work plan, brought up after George Floyd's murder and the protests that followed. You'll also notice that I've sort of split that away from the research section. This is pretty arbitrary as to how it's divided, but these are opportunities for us to learn more. A little bit further down, Jeremy. These are opportunities for us to learn more about the given subject without the expectation that we're going to fix everything or change everything up, with that goal of transparency that Silver just brought up in mind. So Citizens Police Academy being one of them. And I think we did the prohibited car camping response largely before we got the new commissioners on board. Yeah, so we ended that before you got there. So I've tried to keep some of the old stuff because it's about the work plan, while giving emphasis to the stuff we've done since with the current commission on board. Any questions or concerns about these last two tables or a couple of paragraphs?
Are we going to be voting at some point or something? Is that what you said earlier?
Yeah, so we need to agree as a commission to send this report to City Council to say, yes, this is basically in line with what we've done, and it accurately represents the work that we've completed over the past 2 years. So yeah, I think that's the end of that report. I'll give a similar report before City Council. Jennifer and Alan just got a sneak peek by being here today. But I would take a motion to approve this report to send to City Council, if anybody's so inclined.
I have a quick question.
Dallas.
So you're talking about the report, and I just want to go touch on this number. With that number, let's see here. Page 7 on the spillover into neighborhoods, where it says cancel. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay. I'm getting this clear. Yep. Now I live downtown and I work downtown. So are you saying that there shouldn't be any type of police presence downtown because it might cause the folk to move from downtown outside of downtown?
No. So my original motives for suggesting it were actually to expand CORT, the CORT team, to encompass the entire city rather than just downtown. That was my motives behind the scenes for investigating this. But what I'm saying here on the work plan is that I had this really good idea that I did not follow through with. So I told City Council that this is something that we would be looking at, and then I didn't look at it. I didn't schedule it on the agenda, and I want to be really transparent about that, the fact that I didn't investigate this fully, and that where there are some things on here that are undone, that were not completed, I will be suggesting many of them to come back on the next work plan. This is one example of something that I am not going to suggest returns for our next work plan. Of course, you all might disagree and decide to bring it back anyway. But essentially, I said, hey, we should look at this phenomenon that I think might be happening. Oh, there's no proof that it's happening, so I'm not going to pursue it. So despite the fact that I told City Council I'm going to look into this, we ended up not looking into it. So that's all that means. It doesn't mean that essentially it's a no information recommended from the police commission. Nothing's recommended on being changed in that item.
So we're voting on approving this, but you're saying that will be deleted from what you're saying?
I'm saying that we will report that over the last 2 years, that is something we did not do. We will transparently and with full acknowledgement of saying we would do something, saying, hey, we didn't do this, and then I'll have to explain to City Council why we didn't end up doing something that 2 years ago we said we would do.
Okay. So how would I go about if I want to make sure that it's brought back up?
So if you want to make sure that that gets brought back up, then during the brainstorm session in the second half, you say, hey, I want to look into the spillover in neighborhoods section again, and we put it on a brainstorm list, and then we all vote on it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Thanks, Dallas. Alan? Oh, you're muted.
I think it would be helpful to know that each standing committee, like police commission, reports back to the council on an annual basis and reports back on two things. One, what have we done over the last year? And it's kind of a review of accomplishments or things that didn't get done. And then part B is, what are we going to do? So it's what we did and what we're going to do. So this retreat, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, is set up to, we have to move forward the report that says, here's what we did or didn't do, review of last year's work. And then in the brainstorming session, we're going to move forward with the things that we want to do. And then we get concurrence from the council. So this is part A.
Yeah. Excellent. So I still, if we want to approve this to send to council, I still need a motion to do so. If we still have more
So moved.
questions. Thank you, Silver.
Oh.
So now we can discuss, or do we have a second for the motion?
Oh wait, what does I think I know, but I'm gonna ask anyway.
Yeah.
What does it mean that domestic abuse doesn't have a check mark or an X next to it?
So it means that that's something that I expect will come up during our work planning session this time. So we completed the first 2 steps of it, but it's in process. So we can pick it up at going forward. I didn't want to put an X because I suspect that that is something we will put on our next work plan. I didn't want to put a completed because it's obviously not done.
Can we like make that so just sorry, don't mean to be picky. So then by that logic, should we maybe just leave it blank next to the outreach and diversity thing that we were talking about with Silver?
So those are all under ongoing objectives. We could leave all of those blank because by definition, they're sort of in process and not done.
Okay, I'll just leave it like that. Sorry.
No worries. No worries at all. It's a pretty arbitrary way of checking it, but I thought we've done a lot of we've put a lot of effort into reaching out to these groups, and I didn't want it to look like a blank space. Do I have a second for Silver's motion?
Sure. No, wait.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Somebody else did it. I don't know.
Can I take that as a second, Bonnie?
Okay, Alan, can you say what you said one more time, like even more briefly? We're in part A. This is just the stuff that we've already done, and then B will be the brainstorming going on to the next session. Oh wait, never mind. Okay, I agree. Yes, let's do it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's part A is what we did. Part B is what we're gonna do.
Yep, and part B is sort of like after the break, or largely after the break. Excellent. So we've got a motion. We've got a second. Everybody in favor, say aye, or raise your hand. Aye.
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 Anybody opposed, say nay or raise your hand. Seeing none, thank you all. We'll send this to City Council as a record of what we've done over the last couple of years. And for that, going back up to the agenda, we will move on to the recommendations we've received from Ryan. I don't know if he's able to join us today. I know he's been putting in a lot of hours, so.
Sean?
Yes.
He was planning on being here. I have been checking in with him and he's not responding. So I would suggest we just go on with the agenda item, read through what he had, and if he's able to make it, then we'll just ask him the questions that we might have.
Cool. So full disclosure, I've read through what he's suggesting we cover. I have not read the policy themselves, so I can't answer questions about the policy or how we might feel about the policy. This agenda item is to decide basically that, or to review what he is suggesting we put on our work plan to do that work at a future agenda item. So all the things we'll be talking about today are not issues we need to solve. They are issues we believe we should discuss and put the time and effort into solving. But we're not gonna be able to solve them all today. So just to head that off at the pass a little bit. Jeremy, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that there aren't currently any corresponding policies to these 5 points. So just FYI, there isn't a pre-existing policy. One would have to be created.
Okay. So on page 17, I believe, is where we get to the work that Ryan is suggesting to create over the next 2 years. The 5 suggestions, I know CS gas is something we ourselves have discussed. putting on. Long-range acoustic devices, I know, are supposedly crowd control dispersal devices. I've seen they've been used in Portland, and they're very contentious up there. Long-range impact weapons is something we have discussed here. Duty to intervene and report has been worked into some places in our policy, but is not its own policy. So we have the suggestion of, drawing that out, making it front and center. Thanks, Jeremy. Making it front and center as something to discuss and review. And then crowd management, uniforms / officer identification. We've touched on this discussion option already, or on this already with our last couple of agenda items. And it sounds like if the plan is to make this its own policy, that it's within our interest at the very least. I don't know that I'll have any answers, but do we have any thoughts or questions from anybody about any of these suggestions from Ryan?
What's duty to intervene and report?
So that often involves, if my understanding is correct, it involves when an officer sees another officer do something that is unethical or unreasonable, like an unreasonable use of force. It means that not just the officer who did the thing gets in trouble, but also anybody who didn't intervene and report him or her gets in trouble. It's also one of the suggestions by a variety, like 8 to abolish and 8 can't wait, as being a cornerstone of expectation, which I think is pretty accurate based on our use of force policy. But
I think that we need a police officer to explain these things. I don't think we should try to figure those out.
So yeah, we don't. I guess the question is, are these interesting enough on their surface to be worth putting on a future agenda to get that full discussion and review of these these policies once they're created? So these will be new policies, and we don't have to answer now, but we have a whiteboard that we'll set up to share screen with, and we can include these policies as the policy sergeant's recommendations. Alan?
Yeah, I don't have an answer to this question, but
me neither.
No, the statement I'm about to make, which is that the ad hoc committee on police policy report has come out. It's landed on the desk of the city council, and we're going to deal with what to do with it. My expectation is that some of those policies that are recommended in there will be sent off to the police commission for review. And I'm kind of wondering how much. I don't think we should really pre-guess that. So I would suspect that we probably shouldn't just leave a bunch of room for that stuff because we don't know what's happened. So these seem an appropriate grouping of things, with the understanding that we're probably going to get some of the things from the ad hoc committee's report sent to the police commission as well.
Yeah, so you hit the nail on the head of what I was planning on doing with the ad hoc report, which is last time around we selected 15 priorities and then had a few agenda items, so it came out to about 20 items. For the ad hoc policy, like Alan is suggesting, I suspect many of those will be sent to us, and by charter we are obliged to take duties as assigned from city council. So I was just going to slightly reduce the number of items on this work plan as compared to last year, and with the expectation that some would be sent from city council. But what it sounds like you're saying for these ones, Alan, are that as a block, they are at the very least interesting. And, I guess we can talk in more detail during the brainstorming once Ryan joins us. If there's any hesitancy to include any of these or any questions regarding them going forward.
Which one of these, the sentence before says these bills will require policy changes and some will require a new policy altogether. Do we know which ones are which? Without Ryan being here?
No, I don't think so. I don't anyway.
I don't either.
That would be a guess.
Yeah. Indeed it would.
Yeah, I'm hesitant.
So I have a question. Sorry. Go ahead,
No,
Bonnie.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the way I read this is that these are new things that have been decided, right? So do we even have a choice to not do this work? It sounds like it's kind of mandatory.
Well, so yes, we don't have to review the policies that Chief approves. We could let him approve them without our eyes on them, basically.
We could just let Ryan do it on his own. I guess that's the choice we're making. Ryan can either do this on his own and let the chief approve it, or we can have the chance to have eyes on it.
Yeah, and I know that Ryan's preference and Chief's preference are that we provide community input because it's a pretty...
That would be my preference as well. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding.
Yeah. Bonnie or Jeremy, do you have a direct answer to that?
What I was going to tell you is Ryan is going to be on in just a moment.
Okay, cool. Bonnie?
Same question as Jennifer, so thank you.
Excellent. Michael?
Oh yeah. So my sense was that they may not be accurate, I suppose, but that the ad hoc committee's report is pretty specific when it wants a policy reviewed and when it wants a policy created. And so unless I wasn't following something, that's already in their document.
Yes, this agenda item is not about those, but the way these two conversations inform each other is basically how we prioritize things going forward and how we leave space for the work that the ad hoc committee is suggesting and the city council is asking for.
Because I'm pretty sure that all of these also are in the ad hoc committee's recommendation. So there's a Venn diagram in which Ryan's stuff is entirely within the circle of the ad hoc committee.
Excellent. That would make sense. I guess, do we want to take a 5-minute break while we wait for Ryan? Let everybody get their Grubhub if it hasn't already been brought in. I'll still be here, but I don't want to move on if he's right around the corner.
Ryan, he did say that he'd be right here. So, Sean, Ryan did say he'd be right here. So it should be just a moment.
No worries.
Sorry for the delay.
Let's take a break.
Yeah. Everybody take a break. 5 minutes. I'll just be sitting here like a lump, but nobody else is under any obligation to do so.
Okay, so we can get off and could get back on at 2:05.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
I'll also take this opportunity for our attendees. Thank you so much for joining us. Public comment is scheduled for about 2:45, but you'll already notice we're moving pretty fast along here, so I don't know when exactly it will be. But yeah, thanks for being here.
Sean? Sergeant
Yes.
Nelson, Sergeant Nelson has been trying and experiencing some login issues. I suggested he give the phone number a call.
Okay.
So we may not have his beautiful face, but hopefully we'll have his voice here in a moment.
Cool.
Hey, Sean, did you see a chat message from one of the panelists? One of the commenters, Kirshen Jin? He was worried that, the public comment might be after 3 p.m., which I don't think will happen, but.
No, I will endeavor to stick very closely to our schedule. And we might have to cut that break a little bit short to stick to it, but I think the break will give us enough leeway to manage it. Hello,
So I'm
Sergeant Nelson.
Perfect. Welcome, Sergeant.
You're muted.
There we go. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to do this on my phone. I was having a bunch of hassles trying to get into it, so.
Glad to have you with us. I know there are a few questions waiting to come your way.
Okay.
Do we want to kick off with those? Anybody have questions for Sergeant Nelson?
Can we bring back that shared screen that we had earlier with the
The 5 policies, yeah.
Right.
They're also on page 17 if you have your packet open with you. If not, Jeremy, can you share your screen again for us?
Absolutely. Is that working?
Yep, there we go.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Start, Sean, if nobody wants to
Yeah,
ask.
V, by all means.
Yeah, so Sergeant Nelson, I'm curious about the long-range acoustic device. Are we talking about a sonic weapon, or what are we talking about?
No, we're talking about like the 40mm launcher that we have, pulling that out into a specific policy outside of just making a particular policy just for that tool.
Oh, the acoustic device, the LRAD? Is that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh,
oh, you're talking long-range acoustic device. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. On my phone, it's really hard to see. So, yeah, I thought you said long-range impact weapons. No, so that's a piece of equipment that we have. Is called an LRAD, and I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but we use it like on SWAT callouts and its announcements. It was used during the riots on our Bearcat, where it was used to announce to the crowds because it has quite a high volume on it.
okay, because I looked that up earlier. I was like, wait a minute, acoustic, it sounds like a weapon. And when I looked it up, it is also the same exact description of that term is used for acoustic weapons.
Gotcha.
For crowd disbursement, if you have, like, for example, rioting or whatever, a riotous crowd, this device would then broadcast a sonic, wave of sound, and that basically, would cause discomfort, and then people would disperse. So that's my understanding of what a long-range acoustic device is.
Yeah, and it's been a little while since I looked at these when I put them together, but I think it specifically talks about it not being able to be used in that manner in the verbiage if you read the House bill that's posed out there right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, thanks. Excellent question, V. Thank you very much.
I have a
I think
question.
that's the Russians, V.
Does the sergeant, does he have page 17 in front of him?
I don't have anything in front of me other than what I'm looking at on the screen right now.
Okay, so there's a report. It has a statement from you, a background, and then it says some policies. The thing, he brought up one. I think it's important, maybe Sean, you can go over those things so he can kind of explain to us what that is.
Okay.
An example of the importance of that is that we're looking at something that is ultimately a speaker, and we were thinking that it was some type of weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that we need to get some, like a definition of what all these things are.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So since it's really small on your screen, Sergeant Nelson, I'll just read them out one by one, and you tell us why we care, basically, other than the fact that we're all here. So we've already gone over long-range acoustic device, CS gas.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about needing to put a policy together for that for a while. So that's that. And again, I guess I'll just preface this whole thing with the fact that I mean, these are bills that are at different stages within the legislature that we feel pretty confident they're probably going to go through and pass. And so, I mean, that in itself is one of the most important reasons why we need to look at this, and it will affect what we currently have. And again, we've talked about the CS gas policy and putting one of those together. And it is on the House. It is on a House bill, so that's something we're going to need to look at as well.
Excellent. Long-range impact weapons.
That was V. I thought that's what V was talking about in the first place. But yeah, that's our 40 millimeter launcher. That's all that we have is a long-range impact weapon. So I think it would be important for us, and also this House bill is talking specifically about it, to have a specific policy for it, not just have it in our. It's embedded in another policy right now. So pulling it out and having its own policy would be good.
Duty to intervene and report.
Yes, so that's one, and I don't know if you guys got like the written narrative on each one of these things or not, but that is one that is requiring officers, and I'm trying to remember, it's a really short time frame, but it's requiring officers, they have a duty to intervene in any type of force situation where they feel like it's inappropriate. And there's a couple other instances, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, but that House bill talks specifically about them. And that they would have to bring that to a supervisor.
Excellent. Crowd management, uniforms, and officer identification.
Yeah, and we've talked about that several times in other policies that we've reviewed, but there is some specific language as to what that should look like. And I think from what I saw, at least in the beginning, what they have out there, we're either meeting it or exceeding it. It just depends on how this thing all rolls out in the end, but it might be something we might have to tweak our policy a little bit on.
Okay. Excellent. So none of these sound like huge changes, but thank you. Michael, I see your hand up, and then Bonnie.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, Sergeant Ryan Nelson.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you? So I just wanted to ask a sort of clarification question on these. So these are all House bills in Salem right now. To your knowledge, my guess is that these were all introduced largely in response to police tactics in Portland and concerns about them. To your knowledge, has EPD been a concern in the development of these bills in the legislature, or has been a focus on other departments?
So I just want to make sure you understand you right. Are you saying that anything that we did was it a catalyst to have any of these bills written up? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. I mean, I think it's just in general. I'm sure it's statewide, yes, but I mean, I think it's a kind of a national trend too. So I'm not aware of any specific incident that would require any of these or that caused any of these to be introduced.
Thank you.
We got Bonnie, and then I'll put you on the queue, Alan.
So you're saying that we should review these because we might, say, for example, be stricter in the use of these or something? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, some of them could be, and it's just language is going to be changed, and it's going to be changed at a legislative level. So we'll need to be really careful and look at our policies, and if it fits our language that we have currently, then great. But it's certainly something that we're going to want to look at and adjust if necessary if these do go through. And, and honestly, even if they don't go through it, it's still not a bad idea to look at all of these, because it clearly brought up some questions and some concerns at the legislative level. So I think it's important for us to reevaluate and look at them as well.
That makes sense.
So who's the messenger?
As far what, Dallas?
Okay, so we have all these things that are part of a House bill that's being put together. So then we, as a police commission in Eugene, are going to review these things that have passed in Salem
and make sure that our department is in line with them.
To make sure that the department here is in line with them. Just an example, if we did not like them, who would be the messenger to get something tweaked?
You could vote to send a recommendation to legislature, and then I, as chair, would have to go and give testimony in front of legislature.
Okay. I was making sure we weren't just reviewing something for time.
Or what I would suggest is I would invite Senator Manning back in next, in 6 more months, and that would be a time when we could all talk about it, which I think would be a little bit more productive approach.
Correct.
Cool. Sorry to cut you off, Bonnie. You were in the middle of asking a question.
Yeah. So do we? Does our policy? I know that in some codes you can like reference other things. So would our policy not? Sorry, let me reword that. Are we essentially just kind of saying the same things that the bills will say, except for in our own words, or do we do that thing where we like reference things and say, please review HB blah 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 2928 and then see these amendments? Or is that not something we do? Because I haven't seen that, I think.
We certainly could, and we do reference some specific laws in some of our policies as well. And I don't know what these are going to look like when they're all said and done. So it's hard for me to answer that question. But I mean, I could certainly see us referencing a law in a policy, and we've done it before in the past.
Okay.
And we'll review them, or depending, we might review them later, and we'll see and have an input on specific language then. Alan, and then I think we need to move on to the next agenda item.
Brian, do we know who the chief sponsor is of 2928?
I don't, Alan. I'm sorry. He's been working on this pretty strong, but I haven't really had a lot of conversation with him on the specifics of it.
Okay. Yeah, that would probably help us tell where it's coming from. Maybe.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, and some of the sponsors, but I see 2 outcomes here. One is if these pass, then they become state law, and we have to make our policies comply with state law. So we will have to take them under consideration and make them consistent. And then the second outcome would be they don't pass, and then we might want to take it upon ourselves to look at the language in here anyway, to see if we want to comply with that language or adopt that language, on our own, if it doesn't end up, if these don't end up passing. So either way, I think the legislature has kind of bubbled up these issues to be kind of the hot topics at the state level, and we need to pay attention to them. So it probably behooves us to make sure we take a look at them, whether or not they pass or not. Is this 20? So Representative Bynum, I think, and Campos, Dexter, Fan Power. These are all, there's no local people. So a lot of these people are Portland. Valderrama is brand new. Excellent. So yeah, this is a Portland-based effort.
Did I see Michael, your hand up?
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that Representative Bynum is the primary sponsor, but Alan beat me to it.
Cool. I thought that might be what you were going to say. Excellent. So these issues are all going to come up during our brainstorming, and we can actually prioritize them then. Like Jennifer was saying, our choice between these is really how much oversight do we want to express over them, rather than whether or not they get written. And since we are there already, we can, if you have ongoing questions, Sergeant, if you don't mind sticking around, we can dig into the break a little bit. But otherwise, I think breaking until, what is that? 2:45. Give us a almost half an hour break.
Wait, sorry, I'm not looking at the agenda. Is that going to give us enough time to get to the comments? Because somebody said they had a meeting at 3 or something.
Yeah, so public comment is scheduled at 2:45. They have a meeting at 3.
Okay, then good. Okay.
We'll put Chewy up first, and yeah, hopefully our other folks will public comments as well. Alan?
Yeah, I understand the on paper, having a break right now for half an hour sounds like a good idea. I'm more interested in getting through this work today earlier than having a break right now.
Okay.
I'm wondering if other people feel the same way. Maybe
Yeah.
if people need to take a comfort break for a couple minutes, but otherwise I'd like to press forward.
I'm 100% in agreement. Everybody in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Wait. I have a question. I'm
Yes.
totally fine with that. But if people are expected to be logging on at 2:45 for public comment, I think we shouldn't do public comment until 2:45. So
I've told everybody in my communications to log in at 1 because I don't know how fast we'll move through the agenda.
Well, I agree with that. I think it's on the agenda as 2:45 to 3. I think we break what we're doing at 2:45 and then do public comment.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. I know also Chief is not expecting to be on until 2:45 either. So Jeremy, if you don't mind reaching out to him.
Already in process. I'll let you know
that'd
if
be the
there's a
case.
response.
So to be clear, where did we land on this? Are we in favor with moving forward with public comment for the people who are here?
Isn't that like an issue that we were having before? Or I've heard this before, just like people in public comment get kind of annoyed about different issues. And I would imagine that like our moving things up, even though it says 2:45, might upset people, maybe.
I think it's just respectful to stick to your agenda as much as possible when you published it. It seems like the right thing to do.
Yeah, because somebody might be like, well, I guess I'll do something else, and then I'll just show up at 2:45.
John?
Yes.
I move that we continue working, skip the break, but break for public comment at 2:45 and continue to work after that as well until we're done.
Okay, so let's, if it's okay with everybody, let us simply have a discussion for the next 30 minutes about what issues the community has expressed concern with, what we've noticed the community talking about, and with the intention of having this inform our community discussion and issues brainstorming session later. So with Alan's suggestion, is everybody in favor of moving that community discussion element up a little bit on the agenda? Say aye or raise your hand.
And this would just be like, essentially, we're just creating a list because we're not going to brainstorm and go into the topics. It's just a list of like the things that we're like.
Yeah. So
prioritization.
I believe I put out a few questions that would help me as chair figure out how to accomplish the things we eventually come up with. So in this brainstorming session, a few questions to keep in mind are, how does the idea fit with city ordinance? The city ordinance specifically establishing the police commission. What do you want to accomplish or learn? Why do you believe the item is worth accomplishing or learning? A lot of this is going to be pretty self-explanatory, but it'll help us dig into those details a little bit. What does success look like to you? Because with the rotating meeting locations, success looked like more people attending the meetings. So despite us successfully moving the meeting location, the success of the actual objective, increased participation, was not there. So what does success look like to you, and how might success be achieved? And that how success might be achieved, looking at Silver specifically for like, who do we want to bring on board as an outside professional to talk about it? I think are perfectly reasonable. So for this discussion, to actually answer your question, Bonnie, of what this community discussion involves, it's just ideas for what you want to accomplish and learn, basically, and some of the support surrounding that in the community. Like Dallas was saying, each of us have these connections to various groups. So this is an attempt to ensure that those perspectives get expressed in our deliberation about, what we want to look at over the next 2 years. Seeing as everybody's still here, can I just get a hand wave? Everybody in favor of discussing that now and skipping the break, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Excellent. Anybody opposed, say no.
The only reason why I'm opposed is I like following the agenda.
Okay. Hopefully I'll get better at making the agenda in the first place. Thank you for your votes. It is a non-unanimous, but the motion carries. One of the things I asked for folks was to come up with a few ideas to go into these discussions with. I'm thinking we can do it free form. If anybody has specific ideas that they've heard expressed or issues that they want to tackle, go ahead and raise your hand, or we can do it like, if nobody wants to go, then I'm going to have to do it like public comment and we can just go around the circle. Does anybody want to go first?
Can we switch back to the not shared screen?
Yeah, for this discussion.
Sean, aren't we supposed to be jotting down the ideas, or just right now just having a conversation style? Or
yeah, so if you could jot these down in the notebook app or the
OpenNote or OneNote.
Yeah, OpenNote, and then after this conversation, we'll share the notes that we've taken with everybody so that they can see them for themselves during the voting phase specifically.
Okay. All right.
Amanda?
Yeah, so it's sort of a process question, but Human Rights Commission participated in the ad hoc committee, and we sent our recommendation and report over for that. So the things that I would want to say, I guess, would already be there. Are those worth saying here, or since that's already in the ad hoc report, is that sufficient?
I think so. I think we can include a sort of blank space, just ad hoc suggestions. Is how I was thinking about it beforehand. If you know the specific suggestions that they've got, we can include them here as well as part of our brainstorming. But we have to recognize that City Council might jump the queue on us and just take care of some of this stuff without us.
Well, one of the ones that Human Rights Commission had been looking at and recommended in ad hoc was the implementation of a discipline matrix for for disciplinary issues that come up. So instead of relying on precedent, but relying on a new matrix. So that's one that I would suggest.
Disciplinary matrix. And what we want to accomplish with Learn is like creating a disciplinary matrix, I assume.
Yeah, or maybe like, I don't know if we would create it, or maybe we would suggest that it's like support the creation or review and provide feedback.
Maybe review the disciplinary matrix, but let Chief create it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can add to it maybe or something.
Yeah, we'll review it the same way we review policies. So like individual cases are not our purview at all, but the overall policy of discipline, I think, is well within our charge.
And maybe it's not just the matrix, and maybe it's like the entire process, including that, would be something that maybe we'd want to take a look at. I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah. Excellent. Yes. Okay.
Am I typing anything right now, Sean? I guess we're still.
Yeah. So the idea put forward of what we want to accomplish or learn is a review of discipline process and review of a creation and review of a disciplinary matrix. I think why it's worth accomplishing is pretty obvious. And success looks like a lot like a policy review. It'd be a discipline policy, basically. And is there anybody other than Chief or any outside resources for how you think we can achieve that? I imagine we'd want Leah involved, or the next auditor.
Is this something that we have to discuss right now, or is that kind of more in the brainstorming session?
Yes. So for the brainstorming session, that is kind of, that is what we'll discuss.
I'm not totally sure who else we would want to weigh in on that. I don't know if that is something like CRB would want to do, or if it's within their role. I'm not exactly sure. So
okay.
I don't know.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's a community issue. So I've got Jeremy, and I've got Jeremy and then Michael.
So Sean, Michael was ahead of me, but I just wanted to suggest that if you wanted, I could show the brainstorming document. You guys could scan through what's on there so far.
Yeah, we can do that.
That's a good idea.
I worry it's too small for folks to see, but let's pop it up for starting out.
So there it is. And I can scroll, but essentially there on your left, you've got our discussion from earlier, your first, when you were reviewing the work plan, you had the two items, the supervisor accountability and workplace harassment that were potentially going to be carrying forward. Mm-hmm. You're left over from the emergent issues with domestic abuse. Then you have your policy sergeant recommendations that came in. Chief proposed are to come. And then down below is a list of all of the recommendations that came in via the police commission over the past 2 years as considerations for this particular work plan. So that's what you've got. And I believe V is up here working on the identifying commission community issues for the brainstorm.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you scroll down again, Jeremy, to the things from before?
Happy to.
Yeah, this is a list of things that have come up in conversations. Jeremy and I have been taking notes whenever I said, hey, we should talk about that later. This is sort of the list of those things. So some of those, like the long-range impact weapons, tear gas, we were already, were also thought to be worthy of discussion at the state legislature. And so Ryan had a review of those earlier.
So Sean, is the thought that all of these will be moved forward to the brainstorming session? So this conversation should be about things that aren't on this list?
That would be ideal, yeah. So if you want to talk about these, or if you have more information on any of these, I think it's perfectly valid to talk about them now.
So this is kind of the list build part.
Yeah, this is where what we've already got started.
So Sean?
Yeah.
My vision of this, and you're the chair, so you're welcome to change. My vision of this was at the bottom. This is where the new issues commissioners would like to consider would be brought up. And then it's from this long list of items that commissioners would select their 3 from that would go on the right, or however you can adjust and do that as you like, but then they would create the list on your right, each person picking 3 items. But anyway, up to you.
Yeah, I would generally agree. If you have a vague idea of what you want, but you don't know, like Amanda came in with a pretty specific idea of what she wanted to review. But if you have more of a vague idea, we'll pop them down here and move them onto the brainstorm that way. Michael, and then Ian.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing up the question of the disciplinary matrix. So my understanding is that, so I'm looking at the EPA contract right now, and it's Article 36 covers discipline and discharge. And it's, my sense is that it's what discipline is spelled out in the contract: oral reprimand, written reprimand, suspension, demotion, salary sanction, and termination. Right, so that's the range of what discipline can be. There's also other things that the chief has recourse to, such as providing or recommending counseling, coaching. These kinds of other things that do not constitute discipline are short of discipline. And so the idea is to allow, and I've heard the chief discuss this many times. So I sort of in my memory is that he will usually say that part of the argument against a matrix is that he needs to have the flexibility to make use of those more informal tools when necessary, the things that are not quite disciplined, and then also have recourse to the things that are disciplined. And what a matrix does is kind of shoehorn all of that. And so I could, as with my CRB hat on, I could imagine that one of the difficulties that a matrix might create is, if it's a rigid matrix, which I think is what at least I was picturing, is that right now the investigations are separate from the discipline, right? Which is why CRB doesn't see disciplinary records. It's one of the reasons why we don't see disciplinary records. We don't know what the disciplinary outcome is. But so what that does is it sort of frees up the investigators to sort of do a thorough investigation, come to findings, and then without any regard for what the consequences might be of those findings, right? And so that in theory, right, that's a sort of liberating thing for the investigators. And then we're sort of putting all our trust in the chief that there's going to be some kind of consistency and regularity and appropriateness of the kind of the discipline that comes into play. For represented workers, right, there are of course unrepresented workers, but for the represented workers who are represented by the contract, they're going to then have a whole process of appeal and possibly mediation. And so, right, was the mediator also going to, if it goes to mediation, will the mediator also be using the matrix? Because in that, I just think that there's a much, and obviously we can have that conversation later, but since the CRP was sort of brought in, I thought I would bring all that up just to give folks a preview of just how complicated that issue is in comparison to how it sounds.
So to go back to something I mentioned earlier, which is we're not discussing the issues themselves. We're not, so like I had a different idea of what a matrix meant. And I'm probably a different idea of the end goal of how this conversation might play out. But I think what we both agree on is that it's a conversation worth having and worth devoting an agenda item to. So for these discussions and for creating the work plan, all we need to agree on is what topics are worth talking about. We don't need to agree on the details of actual solutions yet. Keeping in mind, of course, that we might be setting ourselves up later for some very difficult conversations, some politically sensitive ones, some legally sensitive ones. I trust this commission, and I trust us all to climb those mountains when we get to them. I'm not going to shy away from a topic because it might be difficult. But if you want to, that's completely on you, especially if you end up chair after me.
I agree with you. I think brainstorming should be brainstorming. It should be free form, free flowing. If we stop and analyze every single, suggestion people make, we're never going to get through, all the recommendations people have.
Mhm.
So I think, we need to just jot them all down. And then the next part we're going to be doing is then we'll be voting on it.
And making cases for ones that we
Right.
feel particularly strongly about.
I think at this point we should, get as many thoughts out as possible, and I can script it down. That way we can move on to the next part.
Excellent. Chantel and then Bonnie.
Yeah, I just had a new issue that I wanted to bring up. It's responding to mental health crisis within people and adolescents. I think, especially within adolescents, there's a lot of gray area, and especially with COVID going on, a lot of kids are missing. So, like, how do we address that, or how can we
Right.
help in that situation?
So your audio is a little off, so let me re-say what you said and make sure I've got it. There's a lot of kids missing something, and I lost the last bit. Oh, you're muted.
And Chantel, it might work if you call in with your phone and then still have your screen. I don't know if you're calling in with your phone right now, but that helps me when I have technical glitches with my computer.
Okay, yeah, my computer's acting really funny right now, so I will try that.
Okay, then let's jump to Bonnie and then come back to you, Chantel.
One of the things I was thinking is partnerships maybe with the University of Oregon, with maybe students, specifically maybe law students or public relations students. So the public relations students can help us with actually doing outreach and different ways of doing that. So they have specific classes. When I was in PR, we did it. Well, actually, I'm not going to argue for it. That'll be brainstorming. Okay, but anyway, so partnerships with the University of Oregon, also partnerships with improving the way that we address sexual assault on the website, and also having more access to partnerships with people that are specialized in sexual assault. Then also another idea is new technologies, specifically or different uses for technologies. So like kind of like my idea before, where it's just like pepper balls being used more as the base, rather than a gun being used as a base, but maybe there are other technologies out there that are even less painful. And then finally, the other idea, although I might have other ones that just not off the top of my head right now, but the other one being, I've been doing a lot of research on sexual abuse and sexual assault, and I've been learning about statistics about police officers and sexual assault. And unfortunately, there seems to be a lot of sexual abuse and domestic abuse within the households themselves of police officers. So having addressing how I think officers need more. Somebody needs to keep track of their mental state more often. They go through a lot of things and maybe they take it out on their family. So I think that we need to do something about the mental state of the officers themselves. And that's it for now.
All right, so to reiterate, I heard like 4 different suggestions in there. A partnership with the UO for the purposes of better transparency and outreach from the commission to the community.
Well, there's a few different things. So also they have the law people, and their PR people, and also technology people, specifically talking about the computer science department. I have some ideas for that. And then I can elaborate on that later.
Okay.
Am I taking down good notes? I'm sorry, I'm not a stenographer. I'm taking down as much as I can, but if folks could make sure that I'm writing down what you're communicating, that would ensure that we have, your information.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, so I would just say
talking sound bites, Bonnie.
Huh?
Talking sound bites, Bonnie.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. UVO, partnership with computer science department, public relations, and law school.
Okay. Computer science department. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what else?
Public relations.
Okay.
And the law school.
Law school.
Yes.
Right.
New technologies or new uses for technology.
Oh, as a separate.
Oh, it's
Oh, yeah, it's a separate thing. Sorry. Yes, separate bullet point.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep it all in one line because I can't keep track of who said what. So that's, yeah.
Oh, we don't really, it doesn't really matter. These are all our ideas.
Okay. Improving. All right. Thank you. All right.
Did you get the new technologies in there?
Yeah, I think Jeremy helped type that in.
Oh, thank you.
And then, so the sexual assault was a separate topic, and there is two within that. One, reviewing how sexual assault is investigated and treated in an appropriate manner.
Yes,
And then the second part of that is a review of officers' mental states in the probably the reporting of within an officer's family. How do they receive justice if something's not going right?
Yeah. Yes, I think that's a little harder to reach, but we can brainstorm on that.
Yeah.
I think the main idea here is we take down some verbiage of what's being brought up, and then the person who said it can then go back and explain a little more about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Excellent. So we are also at the 2:45 mark for public comments.
Okay.
Is that what you're raising your hand about, Jeremy? All right. Then let's jump over to public comments and then come back to this discussion of general community issues. So I've already stated Chewy is going to be first. Can everybody who wants to give a public comment in the attendees raise your hand just so I know you're ready and there to give one? Excellent.
Sean, just a quick point of clarification. There were some comments in the chat from members of the public who had questions regarding the amount of time they have for public comment.
Excellent. Oh, yes. So public comment is 60 seconds for everyone. There's only 3 people here. We've got 15 minutes set aside. So let's set public comment to 3 minutes. I'm seeing some hands. All right, yeah. So we'll do 3 minutes for this meeting. So you got some extra time, Barbara. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. And Chewy, you are up first.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. My name is Chewy, and have fun listening to you guys' discussion. Thank you for your work. And I represent the local Chinese Americans here. And first, I would like to thank V for building the connection between our community and the EPD. We had some exciting programs between the EPD and our community. We are learning from EPD about the variety of the topics, especially hate crime and public safety. And I also, next I want to point out is the importance of the community outreach. We have been living, I personally have been living here for 50 years, but rather than got a ticket from a police officer, I haven't had much interaction with EPD. The reason is when the place that I grew up, we don't take a police officer as our allies. Rather they represent the government who try to do something with us. As a result of that, all these hate crimes that happened in our community never got reported. So if you read the report from the Human Rights in Neighborhood Involvement, in 2019, there was no report, 0 from Asian American, which is not correct. We take responsibility for that. We are working hard to try to educate ourselves. And that's why also, it's important for us to work with EPD. That when something happened, we have to report. So I'm going to end up here, I'll stop here. Again, thanks for the opportunity to listen and to express my, one last point, sorry. I strongly support EPD. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, and thank you for being here today. Excellent. So I see 2 more hands in the attendees. I've got Barbara and then Molly. So Barbara, I've allowed you to talk. Let's see if we can promote you to a panelist as well. And there we go. Barbara and Molly. So Barbara first, it is yours when you are available. Barbara, do we have you? Can you hear us? All right, I'm not getting anything from you, Barbara. Let's see if we can figure out the technical issues. Molly, are you available?
I am.
Excellent. So let's kick it off with you, Molly, and then we'll move on to Barbara when she can join us. You got 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. So my name is Molly Goulet. As Bonnie put it so perfectly, I'm one of those law school people. I'm one of the public law and policy fellows at U of O this year. And Sean was really helpful, came to review my white paper. And I would love for the commission to consider reviewing the policy about, it's in 402 with the stops, about reviewing reasonable suspicion and officer communication and documentation. So currently, an officer is not required in most jurisdictions in this country to let a citizen or individual know whether or not they are in a voluntary encounter or whether or not they're being detained or seized and have due process Fifth Amendment rights. And that leads to a lot of confusion and leads to a lot of evidentiary mix-up in cases. And if you look just in Oregon, this is a really common problem by the volume of appellate cases that go through about tossing out evidence. It also has an impact in community relations, where we assume that community policing will increase the trust and communication with community members, but for folks who have marginalized identities, whether that be an issue of class, race, orientation, whether it's homeless status, a lot of people find officer contact to be stressful, and they don't know whether or not they're allowed to walk away. Reasonable suspicion is something that is legally considered in the officer's mind. It's their experience and their observations. So individuals cannot actually know whether or not their officer has reasonable suspicion until it's communicated to them. There is case law in Oregon suggesting that the Supreme Court would like to make this an easier process, but they've admitted that the line is not bright and there's no easy demarcation currently. So my suggestion would be for you all to review the possible thresholds when an officer has to tell someone that they're being detained, that they have reasonable suspicion, that the officer has a right to search, because right now people in our city don't know when that's happening. I'm sorry, I can't see the time, so please cut me off when I finish.
You're almost there.
Okay. I'd be happy to share any of the research that I did with anyone who'd like to read it. But I think that it would address some of the issues of consent around policing. It helps with material witness discussions and investigations. And we could consider several possible thresholds, including when an officer asks for identification, or if they ask a question to a resident whose answer would be self-incriminating or give information about the element of a crime that's being investigated. So those are some possible thresholds. None of those are totally clear. And again, this is just the question, not all the answers about it. And so I would love for us to see better public relations between officers and community members. And I think that addressing this question could be one way to do that. So thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Molly. To address one of the things you said real quick is it sounds like you've got more information than we'll be able to talk over today. So I am hoping that if this goes on our work plan, you are still in town and willing to join us when we go over it on the agenda. But thank you very much. And next up, we've got Barbara. Barbara, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Date, and after living here on the Kalapuya Lihi since 1976 and being a POC, and an Asian leader who was distressed by the tasing of the Chinese students. Since then, I've spent hundreds of hours working with EPD and meetings and with people who are having challenges with EPD. And here are some preferences for focus for inclusion in the next couple of years. I did review the lengthy recommendations from the recent ad hoc committee on police policy for the city council, and most of those I concur, especially these 4 areas. 1, hiring and training, particularly supervision, which was not mentioned. Careful review and implementation of use of force, including de-escalation policies and procedures. 3, we're a community that often holds public expressions of concern, so policies and procedures managing and partnering during rallies and marches could benefit from review. And 4th, providing more respect and support for our neighbors who have no regular shelter. And all of the above, I have concerns that overlap related to DEI. And I edited my comments down to a minute, so I'm just going to stop here. And thanks for each of your efforts and hard work on behalf of our community and our police department. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Barbara. I really appreciate that. I might have to re-review when the recording comes out, but what I got was hiring, training, and supervision, use of force, de-escalation, rallies and marches procedure, and support for our unhoused neighbors. Excellent. Thank you very much. And with that, I would love to jump back to our community discussion, share thoughts on what folks have said or other thoughts about what the community might be interested in, topics of concern, going to that community issues discussion for the basis of our next work plan. So I've got Michael and then Ian.
Thank you. I just had a quick clarification. So I wrote down recruitment, hiring, and supervision from what Barbara said, but you said hiring, training, and supervision. So I just wanted to make sure whether recruitment was in there or not.
Recruitment should be in there. Excellent. Was that your only? Cool. Ian.
Thanks, Sean. I've got 3. And so I'll just say the 3 of them and kind of go into the why, what does success look like, and potential outside resources. So the 3 of them I have are gender inclusive and gender diverse language in the police policy manual. The second is civic engagement in police policy. And then the third is review of prohibited camping enforcement, that specific policy. So the first one, gender inclusive and gender diverse language in the police policy manual. And I've got this in a Word doc. I can send it to you, V, if you just wanted to crib my notes instead of furiously typing them. The why is persons who are LGBTQIA+, particularly those folks who are gender non-binary and transgender, experience a disproportionate amount of explicit and implicit bias because of their sex, sexual orientation, gender, and gender identity. And this includes individual police officers and through police departments through police policy. For me, I've been thinking about what does success look like in terms of inclusion of more gender diverse and gender inclusive language in the police policy manual, as well as input from impacted community members and community-based organizations serving these communities who are financially compensated for their input. And then some of the outside resources that we could bring in are grants, partnerships with nonprofit organizations or other community-based organizations, and alignment with other City of Eugene divisions and departments or committees, as well as potential partnerships with researchers and practitioners from the University of Oregon.
So Ian and everyone, what we were planning on doing later, and I'm pretty sure, Sean explained that earlier, but just to, help you visualize what we're going to do with all these information that I'm typing up, is we're going to plug it into a spreadsheet, and it's going to have a very limited space for each idea that people introduce. So if you give me a whole paragraph, we can't put that into that little box. It needs to be, somewhere around 1 to 5 words, something like that.
So for Ian's, I would say gender inclusive language review. And then when you do give us a paragraph, the benefit of that is that I will rewatch and listen to my own voice, and I hate my own voice, but I will rewatch anyway to get it right. So I have not been very clear on that, and I apologize to everybody involved for that lack of clarity. But V, you're absolutely right of the soundbite version.
Yeah, we need to keep it short. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, make sure to give V the soundbite version as well as the longer explanation.
So the prohibited camping. What else was there, Ian?
Civic engagement and gender inclusive language.
Yeah, so I would break it into three: gender inclusive and diverse language. That would be my 5 words.
Gender
inclusive and diverse language.
And diverse. Oops.
And then my second would be civic engagement in police policy.
Okay.
And then my third would be review of prohibited camping enforcement.
So the civic, what was that again?
Civic engagement in police policy.
Okay.
And then the last would be review of prohibited camping enforcement. And thanks for the feedback. And with that, I'll just kind of I'll just throw those 3 out and save kind of the other pieces I was going to share for the brainstorming session.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bonnie?
Appreciate you.
I don't see my technology. Oh, sorry. B, can you please add technology, new uses or new technologies?
New.
Yeah. Amanda? Amanda and then Silver.
Okay, I had 2 things. One, and I don't have this all wordsmithed out, but I guess I would call it like, I'd like if we could review data by race and ethnicity and other protected classes for disparities, specifically like use of force and like stop rates. I don't know exactly what it's called, but I think there's a variety of data points that I think would be really helpful to look at by race and ethnicity to look for disparities, and that could give us some information about what's going on and where support is needed. The other thing that I wanted to mention, I think a couple of folks have kind of spoken to it, but I wanted to say it in a different way, which is supporting officer mental health and wellness. I think that's something that I would add too.
Excellent. Other topics of concern or Silver? Sorry, yeah, you had your hand up earlier.
Right. It worked itself out, but in the future, if Ian's the one who brought it up, if you would allow for him to be the one who gives the bullet points, or anybody in this commission for that matter. And I would still say diversity, equity, and inclusion, and community outreach.
If DEI where, Silver, in the police force and the commission, yes?
Oh, I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Well, DEI where? You want it on the commission or on the police force, or?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think we're post-racial America yet, but I think everywhere.
No, we are either.
We still need to work on it.
So
as far as continued conversations from the community and outreach to the community and quarterly reports.
Quarterly. Right. So that's the topic. Excellent. Do we have any other topic ideas? Anything that has been of particular interest in the community? I have a couple as well, but Dallas?
Is it my turn?
Yeah, by all means.
So, and maybe some of these overlap, I guess that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think of more diversity and inclusion, I'll make sure, I would like for us to commit to a number a number meaning a number of more women, a number of more people of color, Asian, Latino, Black, Hispanic, whatever. What number? Meaning, and how you do that, how you gauge it is this. What is the percentage of people of color in the police department, period? And that number probably is not a large number. Then we say, what can we do to increase it to a higher number? And then in a year or two or whatever it takes, if that number goes down, we haven't been doing our job. If that number goes up, we have been doing our job. That's how you can measure the diversity of inclusion versus just having people chat and so forth. So that's that. So diversity, more diversity in police force. I just don't know what the current number is, but I don't see a lot.
No, and I think that that goes into a number of things we've brought up today, including Silver's diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as Barbara's hiring and recruitment.
Okay, so that was one. Okay. Two, what comes to me often, and I mean often, is the homeless tents around this city is horrible. That's how it's brought to me. Not now. I know there's things happening. I don't think it's happening fast enough to address the folks, but I sure would like to know what the plan is to, and I'm trying to help the people, but what are we, it looks like we're not helping anybody. So what are we doing to help the people get out of a situation where complete parks all around underneath bridges and all this type of stuff, it doesn't look like you know, some bad parts of South Africa, you know, just rough, really, really rough. And it causes a sense of, there's a lot of things that are happening, and that's a leadership. And I don't know how we address it, but I'm telling you, it comes to me as a commissioner about the problem. So addressing homelessness, the tents, and the litter. The benefit of that is that's not the Eugene that I want to live in, that's full of trash and tents and litter. The next thing, I don't know the particular date of the meeting, but what stayed with me was, I believe it was Captain Stacy Jepson was talking about domestic violence. Mm-hmm. And what she was saying was, on those calls, she had worked at some place where they would bring like counselors and so forth to stop the repeat of the same thing. Like, you know, someone's fighting somebody who's, you know, someone goes to jail, and all of a sudden the person's out of jail, and there's no professionals, non-police professionals that come in there and talk with these people to try to find ways that we prevent those things. So, you know, domestic violence per Captain Stacy Jepson's suggestion that she brought to one of our meetings.
Excellent.
Okay, the fifth thing is I want a strong downtown police presence. And I don't care about, and as far as as far as any place else, that can be addressed too. Not one for the other. So I don't want to take away anything that they're doing downtown, because I'm telling you, when the downtown, in my personal opinion, is strong, then we have a strong city. That's me. Next, I have been getting hit up, and I brought this up before, and I don't know what it happened to, but the any type of discussions, I don't know what there have been as far as with Whitebird and Cahoots, it's because I think they need help. And I don't know if we've reached out to them, they've talked, but I'm telling you, I've gotten another call. I think a guy's name's Ben, and he's trying to get a hold of me. I'm just waiting for him to call, but someone else, these people talk to folk and then they find out what I do, and then all of a sudden it comes back. But they need some help. So Cahoots, what are we doing with Cahoots or partnering with Cahoots? And then last but not least, I believe from some sort of outside source, not within the police department. They need more de-escalating training. And that's all I have.
Excellent. So for my own suggestions, Whitebird and Cahoots was on my list as well. I would even broaden that out to a review of EPD contractors, particularly ongoing contractors, a review about their efficacy and their accountability. What I am really worried about, particularly in conversations about defunding the police, are a reliance on private security or unaccountable contractors. Folks, we haven't heard anything terrible happening yet, but as this conversation progresses, as we increasingly rely on a more nuanced and diverse approach to community safety, I have very little doubt that we will see problems arise in a variety of ways. So I think we can cut those off at the pass by discussing these outside security forces and ensuring that they are enveloped in the accountability system that we already have for police. So that was number one. Number two is just a bylaws review. It has been a couple of years since our bylaws were reviewed. The last time they were reviewed was 3 or 4 years ago, and the body that did so was it was older from a Eugene that was even younger. So I think it's time. I'm hoping to set that up maybe in alternating years between work planning sessions, so that we can have a little bit of a break between giant meetings. And the third one was the thing that Molly brought up, the threshold for when is it stop and when is somebody being detained, as well as including the information for the auditor in that conversation. So every officer, when they make a stop, also includes the auditor's card and says, hey, if you have any complaints or commendations, here's where you contact folks with that. So those are my 3 ideas to go forward with. And then I see Michael has his hand up.
Yeah, sorry. I think I finally just figured out what we're doing in terms of the process by watching other people. I'm terrible at rule following. I'm Jeremy. Like, I'm constantly putting things in the chat, like every time we meet, and I have to be reminded not to do it. But so I wanted to just, I'm still unclear a little bit on where the ad hoc recommendations fit in with our work plan. It sounded like maybe we're just going to wait for City Council to send those to us and deal with them as they're assigned. But I see Alan nodding.
Yeah, so that was my plan. If you have a different proposal, feel free to bring it up. My plan was just to essentially limit the number of things on our declared work plan and leave room for those things to come to us from council. But if you have another approach you'd like to take, by all means, suggest it.
But if we want to put our work plan, council forwards one and they're redundant, so that's fine too.
Okay, I just wanted to there were a couple of things on the ad hoc committee's recommendations that I wanted to sort of pull out and sort of throw onto this list for our consideration when we do our voting, and we could not vote for them if we know that they're might be coming to us anyway, or probably will be coming to us anyway. But the creation of an unreasonable force policy, I think, is really an out of the box kind of thing that might not have emerged without the ad hoc committee. I think that revising the de-escalation policy, so not just increasing training, but but also thinking about what that policy requires or recommends and doesn't require and recommend. Having seen that one come through the CRB a lot, that's like always like a huge conversation in our meetings, is that particular policy. So it'd be nice for it to be visited by this body. And I think the other thing was, oh yes, I wanted to throw in with recruitment and hiring, qualifications. And so just looking at current job ads for EPD, I think that, you know, they're quite lengthy. There's a lot that gets listed on, so the required and preferred qualifications. But I think that would be a useful thing for this body to look at, to think about what is it that we're requiring and signaling to possible candidates that we value in police work. I think that there's you know, there's some interesting things in it. Just to give an example, so experience and training, we're asking for a high school diploma or equivalent, and at least two years of college coursework in as criminal justice, social science, or related field, and on your experience involving some or all the following. And then we get these things like working in social services and stuff listed. And as someone who teaches in social science field, that I'm fine with that. But I wonder if that is limiting. I think coursework in criminal justice can be very valuable, but I think that, you know, coursework in social work or in psychology, right? I mean, there are other kinds of things that we might signal there that might diversify our EPD workforce in ways beyond a traditional 2 years in criminal justice would. So that's just an example of what we might get into when we talk about that.
Excellent. So I have Ian up next. I also I don't want to put Macy on the spot, but if you do have something you want to say, I just want to make sure that you get your chance before we move on to Chief's comments after this. Ian, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to give a heads up that the chief had joined, and then also, you know, how I've the ad hoc report. I read through it and thought through about some of the recommendations and how it's been informed some of my thinking. So what I hope we don't do is just completely ignore it. Like my gender inclusive and gender diverse language suggestion was informed by some of the testimony from Transponder, the model policy that was an appendix in the report, as well as a conversation that I had with a member of Transponder who served on the ad hoc committee. So what I hope we do is, like, we're mindful that council hasn't considered it yet, but I hope that we can look at it and see the merits of some of those suggestions and have it inform our work, while at the same time understanding that council is going to have their own deliberations on it. So that's just the comment that I wanted to make. And yeah, I'll kind of flesh it out with a little bit more time with my suggestion if we have time to get to it. Thanks.
Thanks, Ian. Do we have any other comments before we move on to the Chief's background and suggestions?
Sean, one suggestion I have is we move on to Chief and then we continue with this if we need to.
Yes. What's the time looking like?
We're way past the time when we're supposed to move on to Chief.
Well, yeah. But 414 is the community issue, the end of the community issues and the start of the break session. So let's go with Chief. I know you have some ideas for what's coming up with the department, what we should know beforehand so we can be ahead of the ball on making sure policy is up to date with the future. Do you want to kick it off?
Yeah. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I mean, even though it looks like we've got really good Wi-Fi connectivity, you guys were kind of in and out. And the first thing I want to do is apologize for being late. I was hoping that I'd be smart enough to not do this, which is start my mother-in-law's fence. and remember to quit my mother-in-law's fence in time to get on with you. And I'm 11 boards short, so I was on my way back from Lowe's with 11 more boards to make this project done for my mother-in-law, who's up here in Portland by herself. So I apologize and thank you for the grace on joining me late. And I'm gonna get right into it and not take a bunch of time so you guys can get to the rest of your agenda. I know that you're building your work plan. I know that there's a lot of things that you're thinking about what you want to accomplish this next year. And so part of what I wanted to do is just give you a little bit of insight on some things that I think that are immediate, kind of right around the corner type stuff, and then some other stuff that I think it would be important to just build capacity in your work plan to be able to absorb when the time is right, based on some things that I think are going to happen. So the first one is, we as a Oregon Association Chiefs of Police have endorsed collaboratively with several committees at the legislature 16 pieces of legislation on police reform. And I have the list of those that we believe are going to pass unanimously, both, well, most of them pass unanimously in the House. I just did a Senate hearing testimony this last week. I think that they will pass, but I think we've got 16 of these that are going to pass, and some of them have some policy implications as far as building policy around some changes. And so I can send that. And Jeremy, you'll have to remind me, did I send those to you already?
Chief, no, you did send them to Ryan though, and he forwarded them along to me. So I would be happy to forward those onto the commission.
Okay, yeah, and so they're kind of in a little bit of a PowerPoint, really easy to understand, a PowerPoint that has some key takeaways in each one of those. And so I think there'll be some policy, some things that we need to do with policy within those 16. That'll make a total of 23, 7 in the last session, 16 in this session, 23 House bills that will be accepted under police reform, which from what I understand, Oregon is as ambitious as any state in the nation around the number of police reform bills that we've looked at through the legislature. So that's good, and there'll be some work there. The other piece of work, and I heard Ian talking about it, the other work that we just don't know yet is the ad hoc work. There's a lot of suggestions in the ad hoc work. Some of those are short-term, easy adjustments that we can make. Some of those are a little bit longer that we need to work on as far as adjusting either policy or bargaining. And then there's some longer-term ones that may be just completely in conflict with state statute around whether it's public records law or employment law or collective bargaining law. And so that may take a little bit longer to entertain those things. But I think that ad hoc report, once Sarah, our city manager, Sarah Maderi, gets some of the recommendations from some individuals to include council on what it is we want to pick off first. My hope is that many of those are punted to the police commission, because it's this group is the one that knows how to identify the issue and really build policy around the issues. And I'm hoping that that's going to happen, is that this group will have a lot of that work. We just don't know what the volume of that work looks like yet until we get a little bit further downstream with the ad hoc report that's been coming out. And so just would encourage you to think about keeping capacity in your work plan for that ad hoc work that we don't know about. Outside of that, I think that's a year's worth of work, if not more, when we think about the existing legislation and the ad hoc stuff that's coming up. Outside of that, for your police department, we're getting ready to start another hiring process. We're down almost 10 positions right now. We're going to need to hire a couple of more just to kind of keep things at least at the same level as we have. So there'll be some hiring that's coming up. With that, I think there's some recommendations in the ad hoc that we can look at implementing right away in our hiring, as far as who we are involving in our decision-making in our hiring. And so I'm excited about the fact that we actually get to test some things in the not so distant future around some hiring. So that's, I think, a really good thing. Other than that, that's really all that's on my mind. We're in budget right now too, trying to build the budget. I think I mentioned to you before, I'm asked to come up with $1.7 million in cuts to our budget this year to make up for general fund shortfall. So I'm doing that, which means that several positions that we're not going to be able to hire this next year. And we're still, as a city, waiting for what the ARPA funds look like and how we might be using those around revenue loss through COVID and or projects that we want to do, like things around homelessness and shelter and some of those things. So a lot, it's an interesting time during the budget to have some money coming our way without a lot of guidance, and we're just all kind of waiting to see how that's gonna unfold. So those are some thoughts that I had for the commission. And again, I don't want to be long-winded, but happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I think there will be a few. Starting off, Silver, you want to take it away?
Yes. Hey, Chief.
Hey.
Where are we at with the elimination of chokeholds?
Well, it's the same. We're in the same position as we have, as we've removed them from our training, removed them from the policy. But I'm not going to come out and say that I'm going to ban the use of chokeholds. If deadly force is authorized, then chokehold would be authorized in a deadly force situation, just like it would be a flashlight to the head or a hammer to the heads. But to take that off the table in a deadly force situation would be irresponsible. If I've got a young female officer who's fighting for her life and the only thing she can do is slip her arm around somebody's neck to save her own life, then I don't want her to not have that as an option as a last resort. The important piece about chokeholds is chokeholds were never seen as lethal force before when they were in the use of force continuum or under our force options. And so people were using it when lethal force wasn't authorized and people were dying as a result of it. So what we've done is we've taken it out of our force options for anything other than lethal force. So if you're justified in drawing your sidearm and firing a lethal shot from your gun, then you would be authorized and justified for the carotid restraint as well. But putting it where it belongs, which is lethal force. We just have too many people that are, as a result of somebody using that for a lower level of force, dying when they shouldn't be dying.
Oh, you removed the carotid though, right?
I'm sorry?
You removed the carotid as
the same thing. Chokehold and carotid is the same thing. Carotid restraint is the same thing as what we call chokeholds, which is just a real slang term for that. Is that the whole point of the carotid restraint is to cut off the blood flow, not the airway, the blood flow to the brain, which then it's kind of like what you see in the UFC, which is what kind of romanticizes this way too much, but it's cuts off the blood flow, and then you basically go to, quote unquote, go to sleep, which then means you take somebody into custody. The problem is people were doing that. They weren't doing it right, or we were having people that were, as a result, were dying from that when lethal force was not authorized. And so that's what we've done is we've told people that is not a technique that we're going to train on in practice. It's not one that we put into place for anything below lethal force. But for me to out and out ban it would mean that we would have somebody fighting for their life that would use that, and then we would discipline them for saving their own lives doing that. And so we just need to be thoughtful about how this looks.
Excellent. I have a question as well, which is the 911 call center. Is that budget part of the police budget, or is that run through a different agency or independently in the budget discussion?
The dispatch budget is in the entire police budget, so it's in the police budget, but the majority of the 911 center's budget is made up of E911 tax dollars, which is the tax that is on all of the landline phones and the cell phones. But it's folded into the bigger budget of the police.
Yeah, and when we look at the police number, it is paying for a variety of things that are not within strictly department use, like
Right.
911 is used by fire and EMS and a whole bunch of things.
Right.
Excellent.
Right.
Any other questions?
I have
Bonnie, and then V, and then Dallas.
How do we look? Is there a way for us to see the budget?
I think that's an excellent thing to bring up during our priorities.
Well, we're right in the middle, but we're right in the middle of budget right now, and so there's all of those are public meetings. So you get more budget exposure than you could ever want over the next couple of months if you want to tune into all of the budget meetings. And once the budget is proposed and adopted, yes, you have the ability to have, it's a public document, access to the budget, which is, it's a big document of which a small part of it is the EPD budget, which you can certainly get access to. Yes.
The budget's also online, right? The proposed budget's also online now. So Bonnie, you can go look at it.
Okay, thank you.
I said V and then Dallas.
Yeah, mine is more of a comment. Wanted to thank Chief for the Grubhub treat for authorizing. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to say I appreciate you, Chief, and all the officers. This is a Police Appreciation Week, a law enforcement appreciation week, and today's the last day. But I really think that it should be every day, every week of the year. It shouldn't just be 1 week. But yeah, really appreciate you guys for everything you do, the sacrifices you make, and all that. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, this is National Police Week, where we take a moment just to recognize those police officers who lost their lives in the line of duty. And on April 22nd, we had the 10-year anniversary of Chris Kilcullen that we celebrated his life on that day. So it kind of, this last couple of months has been just a reminder of how from time to time we put men and women in harm's way, and it doesn't work out so well for them.
Thanks, V. Thanks, Chief. Dallas and then Bonnie.
Yeah, you stated you said you have 10 positions that you need to fill. Is this for a police officer?
Yeah, you cut out there at the very end, sir. But yeah, I've got 10, almost, I think it's 9, and I'm negotiating the resignation of another officer that we're disciplining. So I'm thinking we're going to end up with 10 police officer vacancies. I got other vacancies that are professional staff vacancies. So total vacancies in the department are right around 19 or 20 vacancies that we're, and I have to leave some of those open to meet my budget target for this FY22, which is coming up.
And so in a nutshell, here's the second part of that question. What are we doing as far as bringing more diversity on the force?
Mm-hmm. We've got a fairly, we have a specific recruiting function within the organization, and we do the very best job we can to reach out to all different kinds of groups, different job fairs and different venues, publications and different arenas, both English and Spanish speaking. We do all of the stuff that you can imagine that we would do to try and have as many touch points with a variety of diverse applicants and candidates that we can have. And from time to time, we have some candidate pools that are really, really diverse, and we have other candidate pools that aren't very diverse. We just kind of, sometimes we hit the jackpot, and other times that we don't. As you can imagine right now, trying to recruit candidates right now into this profession is really, really hard. And there's a lot of really bright young men and women that would be well suited for this profession that are choosing to do other things, and I can't blame them for that. So it really is a multitude of strategies, some of which work really well, and every once in a while seems like we're not hitting the mark.
And this is just me just throwing something out there. You know, sometimes it's not so much that the person necessarily has to be a minority, but has that person worked around minorities, or does that, where is it from?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, could you pick up the phone and maybe call like the police chief of Houston or Atlanta, or maybe someplace in Arizona? And I'm sure, I mean, because there might be folk that might be qualified there, but maybe they're full. And maybe, I think that when we cleaned up some of these tents and litter, I think Oregon is a beautiful place to live and grow up and raise your kids and educate them and so forth. So I'm saying, are we going beyond what Oregon bears?
Yeah. Yeah, we actually do a really good job with what we call our lateral recruitment, which would be certified police officers from other states who want to move to Oregon. And we actually, of most of the jurisdictions, Eugene has great luck in recruiting laterals. And we've got some incentives in place where we're offering bonuses for our laterals to come from out of state, that come from a variety of different backgrounds. We're getting kids in Los Angeles, we're getting kids from the East Coast, we're getting really good laterals from all over the country. And it's kind of a catch-22 because you get a certified police officer that comes with some good diversity, maybe some good experience. However, they also come with, depending on where they come from, they come with the baggage of their own agency and the culture of their own agency. And so when you come to Eugene, trying to get them indoctrinated into the new culture, the way we do things out here on the West Coast, and specifically the way we do things in Eugene, we spend a lot of time making sure they fully understand what our expectations are, because sometimes they come with some bad habits. So it's kind of a good news, bad news story from time to time.
So I've got Bonnie and then V, and we got about a little bit less than 10 minutes more for this thing, if you want to get your question in before then.
Sorry, just to clarify, when you said that you have a lot of funds that are coming in, but not a lot of guidance, is that which funds are those that you're talking about?
I'm sorry, say that again, Bonnie. What's the question again?
Oh, earlier you said we have some money coming in. We're in a weird situation where we have some money coming in, but not a lot of guidance as to what to do with it. Which funds are you referring to?
Is that the Community Safety Initiative?
Oh, is that what that was? Okay, thank you.
I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Remember saying I had funds coming in. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I did. Yep. It's the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan.
Oh, gotcha.
Funds that the city is getting. We don't, as a city, we don't have a lot of guidance yet on what that can be spent on, what it can. Sorry about that.
It's okay. And I was just wondering, have you, actually, I don't know if, so coming off, Sean, if this is like not the right place to ask this, have you ever done something where you partnered with like a company and the company's like, you can use our new tools and we'll let you do that for free, and all you have to do is write a report about how effective our tool is? Is that like, have you ever done anything like that before?
I haven't. Has the department?
Yeah, I wasn't quite following kind of the gist of what you were saying, Bonnie.
Oh.
Try it again.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so for example,
It's okay.
let's say,
It's not you. It's probably me.
no. Okay, so for example, let's say that Pepperball was willing to partner with the city of Eugene and provide you with the Pepperball launchers so that everybody had access to it.
Oh.
And all they want is a report so that they can point to and say, this city of Eugene is using it and this is how effective they've used it. Is that like a thing that has ever happened or something that would be considered?
No, not really. I mean, we try not to, we don't want to be a test agency for those things. I mean, usually if we have equipment that is in our inventory, it's equipment that we've bought, that we have policy around and those types of things. So I don't know of a time now we would have pilot projects. So for instance, back in the day when we wanted when we wanted to do body cams, we may like get 2 or 3 body cam vendors to send us their body cams, and we would demo the body cams and see which ones we would like. But so we would have maybe some of those pilot projects, but when it comes to things that would be considered less lethal technology that we don't know a lot about, we certainly would not be a pilot project and say, hey, let's hope that this works, because if it doesn't work and we end up injuring somebody, that's not a good thing. So most of our pilot projects are around like body cams or in-car video or those types of things where we can just test it out and see which technology we like.
Thank you.
V, and I think that'll probably be the last one. We'll do Amanda and then cut it off.
Thank you, Sean. So Dallas, when you asked that question to Chief earlier, what I'm hearing is you were asking Chief, has he contacted the other states, department in other states or other cities, in case they have, they can only hire, let's say they only have 10 hires, right, that they can fill, but they got, a great pool of candidates. And you can only hire 10 people from that great pool of candidates, and they have maybe 20 other people they couldn't hire. Maybe those people can be funnel over to to our department for consideration. Not necessarily lateral hiring, Chief, but more in lines of like people who have already been screened and processed, but they just couldn't be hired because there are limitations to how many people they can hire.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and what I will tell you is that this profession does not play in each other's sandbox like that.
That's the part we didn't know.
Yeah, because that goes both ways, right? I mean, if I end up with a pool of 20 good candidates and I can only have 5 or 6, and I want to grab the next 5 or 6, and somebody else comes and takes them, then that doesn't mean I'm a happy chief. People stealing my people. So and what I would say though is most of the candidates that we have are in multiple processes. So it's not like they're just in Eugene's process. So what happens is they'll be in multiple processes, and we will ask them what other processes they're in. And then when we have a candidate we really like, just like you would in the private sector, we move heaven and earth to be the first one to get a commitment from that candidate before they go somewhere else. So there is some competitiveness here going on, and we have to be nimble enough to grab the good candidates that are in the pool. Because like we could be interviewing somebody that's also in Springfield's process because they want to move to this area. They want to work for either Eugene or Springfield, and they're a great candidate. We're going to go out of our way to make sure that Springfield doesn't even get a chance at them. We want to be the first. I always kind of say this, we want to be the first dog to the bull on this. So we get pretty crafty.
Thank you.
Excellent. So Amanda, and then we will move on to the next agenda item.
Okay. Hopefully my question is quick. I feel like it should be, but so I work in social services, and I know it's been a really tough year with unhoused.
You're muted.
Sorry, was I muted the whole time?
No, we heard you work in unhoused services.
Okay, so I work in social services with a lot of unhoused folks, and I know it's been really rough with the pandemic. It feels like a pressure cooker with the issues around unhoused folks. And I have really, really, really appreciated the work that City Council is doing to find places for folks to go so that we're not having folks constantly swept. We do a lot of public health work, and it's really hard to get people housed and to get people COVID vaccines and tested and all the other things that they need if they're constantly moving around. It's hard to find people. It's hard to get that work done. It's hard to get folks stabilized. So I really appreciate that. And I also want to say that I've had to call EPD more times this year than I've ever had before. And I've really been very, very happy with the service they've provided to us. But my question is, I was curious, I know we're allowing folks to shelter in place at a pretty big scale, Washington, Jefferson, and the 13th and Chambers. And I have to say, I just can't tell you how much I appreciate that and how helpful that's been for public health and social services. Like, if we could keep doing that until we can find a better solution, I can't tell you how great that would be. But I'm curious how that's been for EPD, if that's been helpful for you all, or if that has been creating any challenges.
That's a great question, Amanda. I think both. depending on what the issue is. I think it's been challenging for instance, the Whitaker community that feels like and arguably has borne the brunt and the volume of unhoused individuals. And Washington Jefferson, especially after the sun goes down, we have some significant behavioral issues kind of out and about in the neighborhoods after hours that we can tie back to the kind of the group that's camping at Washington Jefferson Park. You know, every once in a while we've gone in there and we've done arrests. Most recently, we just made an arrest where a guy had a stolen shotgun, felony warrants, and undoubtedly was victimizing many people in that camp. And so we extracted him from there. And you know, it kind of goes back to my mantra, which is, you know, jail is for those people we're afraid of, not the ones we're mad at. And so we're always, you know, trying to make sure we remove those folks that other people are afraid of. And from time to time, we have to do that in that park. The other one is 13th, 14th and Chambers, same thing. You know, it's nice because there is a centralized place for them to get services. And after the sun goes down, those neighbors are actually pretty scared of the behavior that they see. And so we're trying to provide some relief there. So really, it's kind of a good news, bad news story. I mean, it does help to have them in one location. I think it makes more sense around the social service aspect. The other piece of it is that the neighborhoods that are right adjacent or completely adjacent to those those larger congregate settings do see an uptick in their criminal behavior that's happening in their neighborhoods. And so we're trying to just stay focused on behavior, stay focused on the things that are happening in those neighborhoods, and less focused on the camping and let the outreach teams in the city take the lead on that and just really pull EPD back from that stuff.
Thank you. I know that like Rogue Retreat in Medford, they have some different camps and stuff they do. And one of the things that they have is they have 24-hour staffing that keeps the campers safe. And I think I just think that's one of the pieces that we're missing.
I think one thing that the commission will be wrestling with at some point is as the city finds safe places for people to camp. You know, they're undergoing a fairly ambitious project now to find 300 tent camping and 200 car camping spots. And those will be somewhat managed like Washington Jefferson is. There'll be some people that will avail themselves of that service and want to go. Others with any provision or 24-hour. And it'll be a tough one because there'll be some that'll just want to stay where they're at and not avail themselves of those services. So, but I do appreciate the city's work as we look to create more inventory.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. With this, I think we will take a break. I'm assuming that we will want to get out of here before 6, so it'll be a half an hour break. We will meet back up at 4:15 to prioritize and discuss future goals. That conversation is going to begin with attempting to consolidate some of these issues and us going around and each, just like during commissioner comments, bringing up 3 issues that we think are important, consolidating those into the ones we'll vote on. You know, in that commissioner comment step, we'll be making arguments for the ones we want to see as part of the work plan. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Any questions or concerns before we go on break? Excellent. I will see you all in about half an hour.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
I'm going to try, and I've been getting pretty poor bandwidth, so I'm going to try and disconnect and log in through a hotspot and see if I can improve. So I'll just disappear here for a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've actually got to get up and stretch and stuff, so I'll see you in a second too.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Hey guys.
Hey V.
Hey, Sean, how you feel about this? And Jeremy?
Yeah.
I don't know if we need you to, to maybe articulate why we shouldn't be chatting to each other. I know that there are differences in chatting too. Like, for example, when Alan had his interruption and connectivity, he had to sign off and sign back on. And he used chat to communicate that, or if somebody's stepping away for something or needed to come back. Is that permissible to use chat, or do we just absolutely not use chat at all? Or is there circumstances where chat would be allowed under the open meeting, law?
So
public meeting law.
And Ian's got his hand raised.
I can go after you, Jeremy. I'm interested in what you have to say. I just have something related to add.
Okay. So this concept of having these digital meetings is fairly, we weren't doing a lot of these before, but the response at the ad hoc committee was very heavy to we are not to use chat. I know that that's been a regular reminder in some of the police or some of the city council meetings as well, because members of the public cannot view the chat and therefore it's not available to the public. Therefore, by public meetings law, we are not to do it. Now, I can try and get the exact language if you like. I don't have it sitting in front of me, but I know the answer is we are not to be doing it. With that being said, and since you brought it up, it's probably a good time for me to address Michael's comment down here below where he had suggested that the video is still running, and I appreciate him bringing it to our attention, and it was actually done intentionally. And again, it's due to meetings law. And so we're not going to, if we were to cut it in the middle, someone were to come in and be chatting, you're essentially editing in the middle of a meeting. Does that make sense? You notice the city council meetings in the evening time, what they'll do is they have 2 separate meetings that stop, and then they go to break, and then the new meeting begins. So they're not cutting a meeting in half. So in this case, it's one meeting. And so
what I was hoping for is for us to talk about that, or for you to talk about that when everyone's back. Otherwise, we're just,
Yeah, we've said it before. Chat is not something that I see. It's against public meetings laws to use it to deliberate on anything, and it's not transparent. So avoiding chat is ideal.
We're trying to be kind about it because it's an easy thing to do. I mean, the tool's right there, and we're accustomed to using it in other business meetings, right? We use it all the time. So it's very easy for anybody to just do that. And so we just periodically remind people this is not the appropriate venue for it.
So to, it's after 4:15 now to get everybody back. Hopefully Silver and Macy are with us, and maybe hopefully just enjoying some food while we move on to the larger discussion of, what specifically we want to go on our work plan. Keeping in particular mind those 5 questions that would help me or any future chair actually achieve the work plan that we set out. Those questions being, and you don't have to have answers to all of them, but it would be super helpful to have, how does this idea fit with city ordinance? What do you want to accomplish and learn? The core of the idea. Why do you think the item is worth accomplishing and learning? What does success look like to you, and how might we achieve that success? So it's a little bit more robust in than past meetings, but I think the conversation will provide some much needed insight as we schedule for the future. Do we have anybody who wants to go first with a proposal to go on the work plan? not, if I don't get any volunteers, then
I have
I'll,
one.
Dallas.
I'll go.
Excellent.
I propose, this is on my more diversity in the police force.
Okay.
I believe that with all that has gone on, as we all know, that a good way to show that you're listening is that people like to see people in marginalized communities that look more like them. And I believe that some serious, strong efforts, and I don't know all the tools to do it. I just brought up the suggestion of areas where there might be larger pools of minorities that are trying to get into law enforcement, that you use whatever marketing tools you have in Oregon. I know a beautiful Oregon. There's hunting, fishing, schools, all that stuff, the weather, sports, everything that this city has to offer. And I've been here for over 30 years. I haven't left anywhere. I believe that it's not as difficult as some might think it is to attract more minority officers. I don't know what the percentage is, and I don't know what a good number would be. Even if you said 10%, is that force 10% minority? If the answer is yes, then maybe how do we get it to 15? I just don't know where we're at. How do we address that?
So, excellent. So, would success be an agenda item that reviews what we're already doing and suggests additional things that we can do?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay, I'm still on my list, right?
Yep.
On my list because I'm narrowing mine down too. Because there's some overlap.
Yep. So
I believe a very strong thing that I think would make a difference, and people would see it and they would know it if we're doing it, is that program that Captain Jepson, I believe it was her. Excuse me if I'm wrong. She's the current captain of the police. Is that Jepson?
Deputy Chief. Yeah.
Okay, so the deputy chief brought up something that she said that they did, and they saw numbers go down as far as with domestic violence. And if we're not doing that, I think that's something that should be brought to Eugene. So she already knows what they were doing. So I believe that can help in what many police do not like are going on domestic violence calls anyway. So this is a way to try to stop them from having to go back and forth to these type of calls.
Excellent.
And then, whatever needs to be done to continue what's being done as far as keeping downtown safe, where people feel safe, utilizing whatever tools we have, Cahoots, and it can be a pivotal, especially when you deal with mental illness and so forth. Whatever, we cannot allow, in my opinion, downtown to be a place that Eugene feels is unsafe to shop, to spend money, to dine, to whatever. It needs to be more vibrant.
So what we've done in the past is had Julie Smith join us to talk about what sort of things are going on downtown, and we'll have a new downtown sergeant, or maybe we already do, that we haven't brought in. Is that the right person, right resource to talk to about this, you think?
That would be a great person to find out what that person's goals are. What are they doing now? what type of patterns does that person see? But to reallocate those folks someplace else, I say I'm not for that.
Hey, Dallas, quick question. Does your downtown association, business association, do they meet regularly, or is there such an organization?
There is a downtown association, and there are, and I don't know where they're at as far as funding and so forth. Sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't, where they have like the red hats, they wear the red caps. When I see that, that's a good thing. When I see those type of things, it's a good thing. But when it gets dark, a lot of the things that I'm talking about, sometimes it's seasonal. So the sooner it gets dark, the sooner there needs sometimes to be more of a little bit of a presence. And the presence can either be by way of the cameras, or they'll bring in these things that are monitoring stuff. All those things are helpful tools. But I'm telling you that we cannot, especially with what's gone on with the pandemic, how hard of a toll it's been on businesses anyway because of the pandemic. They don't need the reputation, they don't need it to be, we need to do things to make it where people feel it's safer to come downtown versus the reverse.
Yeah, the reason
because you don't want a downtown with all empty businesses.
Right. Yeah, the reason I ask, if I can just follow up real quick, Sean, is Captain Sherry Meisels with operations. She has a wonderful, community engagement, type team. And if you have a regular meeting for the merchants, downtown, and you want to invite her and her team to come and do a talk on public safety, on, crime prevention. She also, her department also offers businesses and residents,
if we spend our time talking about non-work plan related things after each one, we're never going to get through all this. So
right. I just wanted to share that with Dallas. That's all, Dallas. If you need more information, you can feel free to reach out to me.
Excellent.
And then last but not least, if the tent problem or what's going on with the litter and the tent problem has nothing to do with discussion on the police commission, then I won't discuss it. Then that means that's a whole different ball game. And if that's in the lap of the mayor and the city councilors, then let's be that. Because I would rather take it where we don't even talk about it anymore, and then it's brought up there versus talking about it and talking about it and talking about it and nothing's really happening.
And
yeah, I think you're right, Dallas. It is in the lap of the city council and the mayor. To the degree that the police interact with that would be appropriate for the police commission. So, their role in moving people around are enforcement law.
And we did just review the prohibited camping stuff a couple of times. But I see Jeremy's hand up and Amanda's hand up. Jeremy, you're muted for some, it's not via Zoom though.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So what I wanted to offer is, would it be helpful for people to see the list? I know sometimes it's more helpful to see each other's faces. If you guys would like to see the fit list as it's growing, I would be happy to share that. Just let me know what you guys would prefer. Can I get a, people want the list up?
You want to put it in the chat? Then we could still see.
Let's not use the chat because that's not publicly viewable. Let's put it up.
Okay.
It is probably viewable.
Share screen
correctly though in chat.
So that's pretty big. This is what we talked about last time. I've moved that down to the bottom of the left-hand column, and on the top of the right-hand column, I'm going to be listing the 3 things that we each bring up as stuff we want to advocate for adding to the work plan. You're not obligated to use all 3 slots. If one of your things has already been brought up, then by all means.
Am I the only person who only sees one column?
It's got to be at the top. It's got to, Jeremy, you got to, well, I suppose I can move it down.
I can scroll up if you like.
Yeah, if you want to scroll up, that'd be great.
It was just unclear because you were talking about different columns and I wasn't seeing what you were talking about.
Yeah, no worries. Excellent. Amanda, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, just really quick. I just kind of wanted to echo what Dallas was saying about the unhoused folks. And like Human Rights Commission has an entire work group dedicated to poverty and homelessness. And I personally didn't really feel like there was much of a role for police commission for that. And I know the chief has said too that he wants the police out of the business of managing homelessness. So I just would agree with that.
Yeah, and yeah. Unless we think that position by the chief is a mistake, in which case we could bring it up here if we want the police to be more involved, but that is something to discuss. Amanda, since you had your hand up, do you want to go next as the 3 or so ideas that you'd like to be included on this work plan?
Oh gosh. From what we talked about before, I'm sorry, I got a little lost in the process.
Ideally from what we've talked about today before this, it doesn't technically have to be. If you want to review some other policy or procedure or issue.
Okay, I just know we're pulling the top 3 out of the brainstorming that we just did before the break. Is that right?
That's where I would pull my top 3 from.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. I got a little lost in the process. I would say the data review by disparities, the discipline matrix, and then officer wellness and mental health would be my top 3.
Okay. Let's do Bonnie and then Michael.
So we're picking the top 3. We're not arguing for certain ones.
Yeah, if you would like to argue for them, if you have reasons why that answer those 5 questions, please go ahead and state those reasons. For example, Dallas did an excellent job talking about hiring and recruiting with the what do we want to learn or accomplish being diversity in the police force. The community wants the police to reflect the community itself. And the way we do that might include reviewing what's currently going on and suggesting additional.
And we have to pick the top 3. Okay, I actually need some more time, so if somebody wants to
go. Michael and then Jennifer.
Can I see the list that we're choosing from again? Sorry.
Yeah.
We don't have that. We only get it through the screen. So if we're picking 3 things off of it, I want to see the list. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't have to explicitly pick things off of it. So you might have ideas that are not in the list. The discussion was to inform what we put on the work plan rather than dictate it.
This isn't us voting, right? This isn't the vote.
This is not us voting. We will vote after we get all the ideas out and then consolidate those ideas. And that consolidation process, I imagine, is what's going to be a large topic of conversation, as well as how we accomplish something and whether it's worth being part of the top 10 is the eventual goal.
All right, so I'm gonna choose the stop threshold that was brought to us by a community member, and let's see, the recruitment.
What was the first one?
The stop threshold for reasonable suspicion, a reasonable cause, probably, I'm not sure like what the language is there, but it was on our list here as stop threshold. Or the stop threshold, I think it is, not stop the threshold. And then recruitment, hiring and recruitment, maybe as a combination since they go really well together. And I think if I were to choose a third, it might be what was it? The unreasonable force off of the ad hoc committee's recommendations. So the creation of a policy on unreasonable force, use of force.
And do you have an idea about like, I assume you want to accomplish the creation of an unreasonable force policy. Do you have an idea about how we might get there? Is there?
Yes. So current policy states what reasonable force. We have a policy on what is reasonable force. We don't have a policy that spells out like what kinds of things are simply unacceptable as use of force. So a good contrast to what would not be in reasonable force would be Chief Skinner's response to Silver's question earlier about chokeholds, right? So he's not going to take it off the table because in a case where lethal force is justified, and there are cases where lethal force is justified, that can take any range of forms, right? From a hammer to the head to whatever, right? So, but we might think about like what makes force unreasonable, right? So example from the, just one example from the ad hoc document would be force that is being used either in some kind of retaliatory way or some kind of biased way, where someone's being subjected to force because of bias, right? So what makes otherwise reasonable force unreasonable?
So, but to be clear, so I'm guessing that we would ask Ryan Nelson to draft such a policy and then review that policy, or is there
presumably there's probably a starting point in the ad hoc document.
Okay.
But yeah, it would be nice for Ryan to do that.
Sorry, that will help me as I, if this gets into the planning stages, how we accomplish it. Jennifer and then Silver.
Yeah, can you share the list of the things I think mine have already been said. I just want to.
Yeah.
Sorry to have you keep scrolling. Yeah, so I have to assume that we don't need to include the leftover things. Those are all, or should I? If one of them I think is important, or is that automatic?
Yeah, if we want to include them in the next one, we should mention them here.
Okay, then I would add supervisor accountability.
Okay.
How they are trained, evaluated, and make recommendations. And then the other ones that were important to me are already listed.
I can't hear her.
Ellis, I had him add supervisor accountability.
Your audio's, Jennifer, your audio's kind of roboting. So what Jennifer was saying is adding supervisor accountability, training, and evaluation. And that her other suggestions were already suggested by other folks. Excellent. So Silver and then V.
It's a curse because somebody mentioned Darth Vader voice.
Mm-hmm.
Can you bring back that other list again, Jeremy, please?
And it should be moving down as soon as the page updates on Jeremy's end.
So specifically, the stop threshold for when it's a detention or reasonable search and seizure is what I understand the.
There we go. Yeah, so Molly Goulet's comment and research paper is, I believe, what we're discussing there specifically, the stops and when an officer has to inform someone that they are detained and where that line might be, and creating
The
policy around it.
other part of the conversation that she brought up was that it was a voluntary stop, voluntary interaction.
Yeah, so there are voluntary interactions that start off very voluntary, but at some point they transition into some amount of suspicion, and then the person doesn't know whether they're allowed to leave or stay, and it's really unclear. So it might be helpful to have a policy and a discussion surrounding it.
So I'm asking specifically for that language to be into that specific dialogue and for us to have that conversation.
Okay.
So if we can add that portion of voluntary interaction, or when is it reasonable search and seizure. And then I want to still have the continued conversation with community outreach and diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Are those two separate things, or are they the same item?
Two separate.
And what does success look like, and how do we achieve it? I guess let's start with diversity, equity, and inclusion, because we've already been talking about that quite a bit.
Yeah, and to answer that to Dallas, he said, what does it look like? What's the measurable?
Mm-hmm.
At the last conversation that we had, that was a retreat, we had 6 people who are now represented by BIPOC people and people from the LGBTQI plus area. And so, I mean, 100%, if we're going to use the same metrics by the next conversation, the police commission should entirely be made up of BIPOC people and people from LGBTQ communities. I mean, if you want to use measurables like that.
So how does the police commission, I guess, during the next recruitment session?
I'm sort of joking because we had a great thrust. We had a great influx of people that we were seeking to get represented at the last go around. So just continued outreach towards those communities and hope to get those communities involved.
So that would be under the community outreach, right? What about the diversity, equity, and inclusion piece? What do we want to accomplish, and how do we achieve that?
So again, I would like to still have a quarterly report from not just management positions from the city or the county, but also conversations that were brought to us from community-based organizations and different organizations that deal in Black, Indigenous people of color communities, LGBTQ plus communities, and the unhoused communities. Not limited to, but
so the goal there is the presentation itself.
Well, the goal there is education and greater acknowledgement, but the presentation as it was, I think we were having 15 minutes. And 15 minutes every 3 months. I don't think that's a big ask.
Excellent. Do we want, so one of the suggestions that Ian brought up earlier was reaching out specifically to transponder on a bill related to the gender identity and inclusivity language. Do we want these diversity, equity, and inclusion conversations to be tied directly to an appropriate or what we think is a relevant group, or is this more like an informational, like historical education.
Can I get some clarification real quick?
Yeah.
Just real quick. When we use equity, inclusion, and diversion, and it's used in diversity, inclusion, and equity, or diverse, however you do it, put equal signs behind those three words. So if you go, when I say diversity, I'm talking about people of color being hired. Okay, so when you say inclusion and equity, what are you meaning by those two?
Yeah, I think the question I had was like, are these informational sessions, or are they tied to specific policies?
Both.
Silver, do you know the answer to that?
We said both.
Yeah, so 1 month we had for the diversity conversation, we had somebody who came and spoke regarding some of the St. Vincent de Paul parking conversation. And, it needs to be had, that conversation needs to take place. But I really wanted to have some deeper conversations about, racial bias in police interactions. Stops, information, communication. What type of tracking component could we have from the different interactions that an officer has with, said people from the community? We can have those conversations as well, but more an opportunity to have people from the community who are doing this work, who have been tirelessly working towards making sure that they advocate for their community, to have an opportunity to come and speak, have an opportunity to have a seat at the table, and not just limited to 3 minutes.
All right, well, let's leave that there. If we have more questions later, we can ask them. After Silver, Jennifer, and then V.
So those were my three.
Yep. Thank you, Silver. Jennifer, and then V. Oh, we already asked you, Jennifer.
I actually had a question because now I'm confused, because I assumed if things were in our work plan as ongoing, like community outreach, that was just an ongoing part of our work all the time, and we don't need to say it out. But is that not true? I'm very confused about this process right now. I guess maybe it's because it's Saturday. I don't know.
Yeah. So community outreach, if we want to have agenda items discussing it, then yes, we need to bring it back up. But the makeup of the police commission itself is such that we are each tasked, or like we are each selected for how well we represent the community from the pool of available applicants. So outreach to the community is sort of baked into the ordinance of our responsibilities as commissioners. But if we want to do something above and beyond our own personal involvement with these organizations, we need
outreach is not an ongoing part of our work plan.
It has been up till now an ongoing part of our work plan. I suspected that would not change.
Okay. Well, it's already added to the list, so I don't need to say it. I'm also in favor of it. I just did not understand I needed to make that clear. All right, so thank you.
No, yeah,
I just wanted to make sure it was clear, because it is something that I have continued to press for, because I would like eventually to step away from this body and have some better representation from my community to speak on the community's behalf at some point in the future. Get that coin from you, Jeremy. And looking forward to it. But, I think the reason why we continue to have a conversation is because I continue to bring it up. And there's always questions, and it's always, I feel like I'm answering the same questions a lot, but it needs to be brought up, and it needs to be brought to the front of all of our conversations, all of our thoughts.
Thanks, Silver.
V and then Ian.
Yeah, I never got a chance to participate in the brainstorming because Chief was there, and we kind of skipped me. I don't know who else we might have skipped, but I went and secretly added in the officer wellness program. I think that some of the the horrible incidents that you see in news or you read about it could be attributed to the lack of stress management, and then also some of the the recent rise in police officer suicide. I think that needs to be looked at as well as ongoing support for officers involved in critical incidents. I went and added that in. Thank you, Amanda, for picking on that as well. So I would go with that. And something else that I didn't get to add in there is more public-private partnership as part of a broader community policing strategy. We need to partnership with businesses, members of the community, and the local law enforcement. For example, one of the programs that I think is there, but I just don't see it a lot, or even see it advertised or anything like that, is the security camera registration and sharing program with local police department, with EPD. I think that is a useful tool in bridging the technology gap and the inadequate personnel that we have. We're a small city that is growing into a big city, and we just our staffing is not moving along with the increase in population. So I think by tapping into like existing private security cameras around businesses, around homes, people have Ring doorbell, that kind of thing, would be really useful in helping our police officer do their job, and then with the DA's office in prosecuting.
So to
makes sense.
Yeah. So to follow up, a couple of follow-up questions. Officer wellness is like is one, and that surrounding critical incidents, as well as like day-to-day officer wellness, and then the public-private partnership. How we actually accomplish that and what success looks like. The proposal I'm hearing is specifically review any security camera sharing agreements between the police and private companies.
Right. Is there a policy for that? Is there, some kind of written plans as far as how that program would work? That's something I don't think we've looked at as far as, as long as I've been on the commission anyway, for 2 years. Yeah, so that would be good to look at.
Excellent.
And then my third, is there an opportunity for a third, Sean?
Yeah, by all means.
Okay, so my third one would be it's probably not with police commission though, but let me see. There's another one. Oh yeah, I would really like to invite the auditor's office back, Cahoots, St. Vinny, just so that newer commissioners could meet them, and then for even for the folks who've been around the last time they were here, for us to get updates.
Yeah, the auditor report is annual, and then Cahoots. And what was the third one? St. Vinny's.
St. Vinny's, yeah. I think we skipped over the auditors one time because didn't we, Sean and Jeremy?
We had to delay it once because it hadn't gone to council yet. But
right. So that would be nice to see them again.
So Cahoots and St. Vinny's, I imagine, would be inviting them in as an informational session.
Right.
Okay.
Like a presentation, that kind of thing.
Jeremy?
Just to clarify V's request there, was that kind of like a continuation of last year's first priority that kind of got bumped as we had other things come up, that he wants kind of the internal outreach? It would move from like various officer groups. It might, we had K9 come in. Is that what he's looking for, is to have that kind of internal outreach with, okay. And you want to
clarify, Jeremy, good question. Basically, you know, when I was first a police commissioner with this board, we had the auditor's office come, and they did a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation. They showed us, you know, the stats on their cases and things like that, and their adjudication, etc. We haven't had that in a while, you know. So that will be good to bring them back, to invite them to come back and do a presentation like that. It will be an update, really.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
They do that council on an annual basis.
Yep. Yeah, they I think it might have been the one meeting that V missed over the last year.
Yeah, we need an annual one for those, but he means some of the others as well. So he may have missed that one, but I get what he's going for, and so would be. Thank you for sharing.
Excellent. Ian, and then myself.
Hi. So I wanted to kind of winnow down 3 to 2 for me, and then I wanted to reiterate my support for officer wellness and health. And so just kind of quick and dirty, I wanted to run through the why, success, and outside resources. And then I wanted to kind of give some more background in my thinking and kind of put some meat on the bones of just kind of the bullet points. So for the civic engagement in police policy, the why for me is to give members of underrepresented communities agency to advocate for themselves and the means to follow through. And what success looks like to me is increasing the number of touch points for civic engagement in police policy. And I'll explain that in a bit. Increase the number of people engaging and increase explanation of how feedback is actualized into policy change. Some outside resources, and these are going to be the same in both of my priorities are grants, partnerships with nonprofits, alignment with other City of Eugene divisions and departments, and the University of Oregon.
Excellent.
And so the gender inclusive and gender diverse language in the police policy manual, the why I explained before, but I'll just quickly go into that again. Persons who are LGBTQIA+, but particularly folks who are gender non-binary and transgender, experience a disproportionate explicit and implicit bias because of their sex, sexual orientation, gender, or gender identity, including from individual police officers and through police departments via police policy. So what does success look like? Inclusion of more gender diverse and gender inclusive language in the police policy manual, as well as input from community members and community-based organizations serving these communities who are being financially compensated for their input.
So as far as the how is concerned there, are you envisioning I suppose this is, it could go either way, but are you envisioning like a subcommittee that reviews every policy going forward, or asking Ryan to in mass review them for us, or as a like case by case as it comes up in the policies we're already reviewing?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to get to that in a second because there's a whole lot there, but yeah, to me it makes sense to do it wholesale. To do it piecemeal, I think, is missing an opportunity and sending a strong signal to our communities that we've listened and we're willing to do some hard work. And I've already done some legwork for the policy sergeant, knowing that I've probably missed a bunch of stuff, and there's a lot of gaps both in my thinking and in the context that informs my experience. But I was wondering if I could go into how I view civic engagement, because I love the conversation that we've been having and also some of the struggles that we've been going through about, hey, why aren't people showing up to our meetings? We have it in different places. It should be easy, because I think that's one that we all struggle with, right? And I'm sure the council members, hear from constituents, why haven't you, put a Peruvian restaurant at the corner of 6th and Chambers? How dare you not prioritize my needs? And so, yeah, I think the process of civic engagement and how we look at it is really interesting. And I think that we can kind of like soften our gaze and broaden our view and look at civic engagement in a different way. Jeremy, I was wondering if you could allow me to screen share really quick. Thanks. So the way that I think policing solves problems is, it really intrigues me. And the Guardian trailers are kind of an interesting example of me about how I've been thinking about how to use policing to solve problems, but also how civic engagement can help inform solutions to problems. And so when I see these Guardian trailers and talk to Lieutenant Mozan, who is the one who brought them to the chief, they're $15,000 a piece. And to me, they're a really expensive solution to, I think, a really inexpensive problem. And the problem, of course, is multifaceted, but I'll focus on one component of it. It's antagonizing or disincentivizing antisocial behavior, right? So if you put up these $50,000 cameras, they take in a bunch of data, and you put them in areas that have high instances of calls for service, and they antagonize, they disincentivize people from being there because you've got a camera focused on you, so you push someone away, right? So if that's the way that we're solving one aspect of this problem of people are aggregating in an area and there's high calls for service, and we're kind of pushing them out of one area, downtown is an area where I see a lot of the Guardian trailers, but maybe that there's another solution. And this really ties into civic engagement, because maybe we can bring people in to helping us solve problems and participate in a way which is solutions oriented. Does anyone know what this is, or has anyone been there and seen it before? You can just shout it out if you've seen it before.
Yeah, I've been there tons of times.
Yeah, so this is a troll that was built by community under a bridge in Seattle. It was formerly an open air drug market, and people built the Fremont Bridge troll because they were dealing with some of the same aspects of the problem that EPD are doing, right? So they were trying to push people away from an area, right? And so we're kind of addressing problems symptomatically, not systemically. So that's a whole nother issue. But if that's what we're doing, right? But they didn't antagonize or disincentivize antisocial behavior. What they did is they promoted and they incentivized pro-social behavior. So they brought people into an area, and that's what pushed people out. And so at the Whitaker Community Council, which is the nonprofit that I serve on the board of, as well as it serves as the neighborhood association, we've been thinking about this problem too. And we've been thinking about it from two different lenses. How do we promote pro-social behavior, but how do we increase civic engagement in the process and bring people in a way that they tell us what they want? Can anyone tell me what they think that this is? Just go ahead and shout it out.
Booth.
Totally. Yeah, and so this is actually an interactive sculptural installation. But when you open up that piece in the middle, that found object that says telephone, you don't see a phone. What you see is your own face. Because inside of that thing that says phone booth is a mirror. And on the left-hand side of it, it's a didactic that explains that this phone booth isn't just a phone booth. It's a way for you to tell us what you want. It's a way for you to explain your own story. Because the phone booth has a telephone number in it, and you can use it calling your own telephone. And it empowers people to call their future selves, right? Because you see your own reflection, and you want people to call your future self and imagine what it could be like in a year or 2 years from now. And it's part of the reflection series, and it's actually funded by the city of Eugene. But the reason that I bring it up is because I think that what we could do is start to think kind of more broadly about civic engagement. And there's a couple of ways I want to do it too. This is just kind of one way that I've been thinking about it.
Yeah, so what you're suggesting here is not civic engagement specifically with the police commission, but civic engagement overall in the city of Eugene as an alternative to police intervention.
So it's kind of multifaceted, but I really want to focus on police policy. To me, the phone booth could be one way of how do you want to participate in police policy, and having one line of the phone booth being a way that folks can engage. But another way too is this program called Zen City. And what Zen City does is it aggregates sentiment on social media. So you can see this is in Beaverton, Oregon, but right here at the top, it says neighborhood, entire city, topics, all topics, advanced filters. I think people are already engaging in police policy, but it's kind of like sometimes they don't know when the meeting is, sometimes they have to work through the meeting, sometimes they don't know how to participate. And so there's technology platforms as well as just kind of really kind of cheap interventions that can be used to have people engage when they want to. So, you know, both of the ideas to me are just kind of just ideas out there, ways that I've been thinking about it, but I thought it would be kind of fodder for future thoughts on this. But kind of how it relates to the next piece that I wanted to bring up around gender inclusive language is this was actually one of the appendices in the final police policy report that really stuck out to me. And this is from Transponder, and it says, the city should continue to reach out to our communities. And in addition to offering aid when needed, the city should give members of those communities agency to advocate for themselves and the means to follow through. There's a lot more there. There's some model policy around how to be able to create police policy that's gender inclusive and gender diverse for members of the transgender community specifically. But the reason that I brought it up is because, you know, when I CC'd Sean and talked to him about this, I actually reached out to a member of Transponder that served on the ad hoc, and I shared with them the document that I shared with y'all and said, hey, what do you think about this? Are we focusing in on the wrong things? And they said, hey, it's low hanging fruit, you know, changing the police policy to have more gender inclusive language is something worth thinking about. And so when I did a review of the City of Eugene Police Policy Manual, I found 633 instances of the use of non-gender inclusive gendered language, 9 instances of the use of the words male or female, and 2 instances of opportunities to include sex, gender, and gender identity as a protected class. And so to me, it would be really onerous to go into those individual policies and make these changes rather than just doing it wholesale. But I think that we could use it as an opportunity to bring in some of those folks who feel as if they want to have more representation and agency, and kind of model a way where, kind of similar to the ad hoc group, we're engaging with specific community in a way that they can help tell us what changes that they want to see. So kind of both of my suggestions are more food for thought than structured changes that I want to see implemented in our work plan, but I wanted to be able to bring it up just as a way to continue conversation.
All of these are likely things that we will devote an agenda item to discuss. So civic engagement is something that we've heard from pretty much every corner that the police commission can do better on, and I've heard different strategies from different folks about how we might do that. And I think some of your suggestions here would be excellent for that more in-depth review of how we can improve, particularly the social media one. Yes, excellent. So is there anyone who has not offered up their ideas? I think Macy and Alan. And okay, so let's do Alan and then Bonnie, and then myself. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, two clarifying questions. So what Jennifer, I didn't think I got a clear understanding of what the answer was to her question, which was, I assume community outreach is with an emphasis on DEI is an ongoing thing in our work plan, and not something we'd have to vote for.
It is something that has been carried through multiple work plans. So it's marked as ongoing in the report to City Council. And if we want to keep up with it, we can have a deeper conversation about how we do that beyond just.
Yeah, my suggestion when we get into that is that be marked as an ongoing thing.
Keep that
community
up.
outreach with the emphasis on DEI is ongoing, and we don't have to spend much time on that. Another question I had was, there's a lot of recruitment and DEI stuff here, and I'm kind of wondering what the police commission's role would be in that, beyond getting progress reports and kind of keeping tabs on it. I'm kind of curious what other people think, and we can have this conversation when we go into the next segment, but beyond that, what would we be doing in that space? I guess most of my priorities are already up there. De-escalation training is really going to be important. I like Jennifer's idea of supervisor accountability. One thing I don't think it's up there is the chief's commitment to appropriate response level, which is, sending the right person with, if it needs an armed response, you send armed response. If it needs cahoots, send cahoots. But sometimes you just don't know, and you don't err on the lower end of that scale. You end up on the higher end of the scale. So appropriate response level, and then I like the stop threshold. I think I'm not sure I understand exactly what that is, but if it's clarity around guidance around that for officers, I think that would be helpful for us to weigh in on. And then finally, the officer wellness is something I think is critical. I think that helps with recruitment and retention. And it's a very difficult thing to be a cop right now, and it's a very difficult thing to recruit for cops right now. So
Excellent.
Focusing on that would help a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. Bonnie? You're muted. There we go.
I just needed to breathe a little bit. So this is the part where I argue for my thing. So, right. So going back to the University of Oregon and being more specific about who we're working with, I was thinking about the computer science department for a variety of reasons, some of which I'm sure I'm not fully aware of, but are there. So for example, I had talked to you, Sean, about like how it is that we reach out to the community and why we don't have social media. And you were saying that because of the potential for people to reach out to the police commission and try to get help from the police commission. And then so I was talking to somebody that works in marketing and also public relations, and we were talking about something called I think it's like central. Oh darn it! I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the term, but some kind of central processing or something that processes the messages and then flags ones that are emergency and then actually can redirect them to somebody that can actually respond to them. So they were saying that essentially that would be a great partnership with the computer science department. Another thing that had been brought up by some community members is the idea of so what is it called? Like no stop citations. And this might not be the right term and I might have written down wrong, but essentially kind of like the idea of having like a lot of the interactions that happen with the police maybe don't actually even have to happen. So for example, like when you have to pull somebody over or ticket somebody, like what is the purpose of that? You could simply have like a document a car that did something and then just send them a citation. And something that could happen is like with the computer science department, we can like, I don't know, come up with a program or something. So I'm not as eloquent as the person that told me this, but they can write a program that essentially comes up with what it is that the police officer can input into the system and then send off the citation. And so you don't have that interaction. You're saving people time. You're saving people like all that pressure. You're not stopping them. You're not risking, a shootout or anything like that. So that's just one of the few things that we could partner with the university to get students to have real world experience, but also help EPD. And then for the public relations department, I don't know if I got into it pretty in depth earlier, but essentially we worked with, when I was in public relations, we worked with LTD and we did a project for them. And it was about social media and outreach. And that's something that we can harness that, all that energy from the students and, work with them to help us with EPD and outreach as well. And finally, the other, Oh, and the law school. Well, I think that, I think her name was Molly. She did a pretty good job making the case for why it is that we would want to partner with the law school. So that's the argument for partnering with the University of Oregon. And then also, and I think it also partially kind of touches on new technologies and new uses for technologies. And I know that we already spoke to the chief, but I think I didn't make the case very well, but I still think that there is a reason to pursue using pepper balls as a default rather than having the guns be the default, as we discussed in the last meeting, if I'm not mistaken. Essentially, it doesn't make sense for new baby officers to already have lethal weapons and not have pepper balls, which are the less lethal force. And yet, as one of the, I think it was a sergeant said, pepper balls are quite effective. So I think that looking into that and how it is that we can make it so that we acquire that kind of technology and maybe come up with policy around that, I think that would be really useful and maybe save lives. And then additionally, I'd like to add to the domestic violence. I know that they are different, and yet I think that we can put them in together, because a lot of the articles that I've been reading about pair them together would be domestic violence and sexual assault. And add into the notes that we would address the web presence that we have, and also the way that things are reported. So in one of the most recent cases, I think it was like the St. James case, I believe in the report it said that the police actually didn't generate a report when they visited her the first time, or it wasn't like a very thorough report or something like that. And I'd like to look into how it is that visits to domestic and sexual assaults are reported. And I guess if I have to narrow it, oh, actually, this touches on the University of Oregon. We could have them help us with the graphics. So as I said before, we could have what are they called? Infographics. And that could include information like the stop threshold. So in infographics, like what is it that you could expect and how it is that you interact with the police officer, like that could be a little nice thing to include into a infographic. Okay. Yeah. And sorry, 1 second.
Can I ask you some follow-up questions?
Yes, please.
Well? I heard a couple of ways in which we could use University of Oregon students to solve problems. If we reversed that to look at the problems first and then potential solutions, of which University of Oregon students are one, how would you break down? Are you more concerned about the ways in which EPD works with outside groups and is utilizing resources within the community, or are you more interested in exploring the specific ideas that you were talking about, i.e. the no stop citation idea?
Can I just interject real quickly something that might help direct this? I know that Milwaukee, Oregon, my hometown, does have some sort of system for issuing no stop citations already. So I think that software exists. Would not have to be developed by students.
Yeah, there are multiple ways we can solve these problems, but to get to the core of Bonnie's suggestion, are you interested in exploring the University of Oregon and how that interacts with the police department, or are you merely recognizing an asset our community has to solve a variety of problems, and the problems are more what you're concerned with?
The second. Yeah. So solving problems and actually using that resource, because we have a university. Not every city has a university, and we do, so we should be using them.
All right, so to list those problems out again: no stop citations, social media for the commission, which goes into the community outreach piece as well. Was there a third one?
Under communication, continuing on with the infographics.
And that coming specifically from the commission, not from the auditor's office, which does a fair amount of this, or the police department social media page, correct?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
So the auditor's office sends out a bunch of infographics and stuff. The police department has a public information officer named Melinda McLaughlin, who does press releases for the department itself. You're talking about discussing and maybe implementing a police commission specific outreach mechanism.
Well, it could be used for that, but my intention from when I brought this up before was more infographics that kind of break down the policy, because not everybody's going to take the time to look into the policy.
Okay.
So it was more about the policy itself and what it is to be expected, what is to be expected from the police, and then likewise in certain situations, like if we continue with pullover, like being pulled over and such, then like what is the expected behavior as well to make things go smoother.
Okay. Excellent. So was that the last, or did you have, you're already up to
Did you already do
5?
sorry, can you scroll up a little bit?
Oh, it's not updated properly.
Oh, okay.
Give it a second.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, Dallas.
Is this and I just want to I'll be on the same page. When they're saying this, the non-stop. Okay, I heard this a couple of times. Non-stop.
No stop.
So
yeah.
a car is doing something that that the police say would normally pull them over, and then there's a conversation between the police and the person about whatever the said thing is. But during that time, when the police does that, that police person, I believe, is looking inside that car, kind of seeing what's going on. The reason why I said I'm bringing this up is this: in a nonstop, and you pull and say someone's doing something, you didn't stop them with the police. How do you address like sex trafficking, where the person might have some kids or something in the back seat, muffled up or something? You didn't stop it.
Yeah.
No, that's definitely a great point. I think that the specific example that was given to me, because obviously what you're saying is something that definitely has to be addressed, but I think it was more like, for example, what was the one that they said? Your tags are expired, like that kind of thing. You don't need to stop somebody for that. There's no reason to do that.
We can discuss the merits of whether or not we should do that, like whether or not we should transition to it. Right now, we're just discussing whether or not we should talk about it. So if you are pretty happy with the way things are currently, you don't have to vote for it as something that goes on our work plan. And if it gets voted there anyway, we can bring up these specific things, because I'm right there with you, Dallas.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Excellent. So yeah, so these are all topics of which we can dive deeper in. My suggestions for topics are twofold. I think the other one's been covered pretty sufficiently. One that I think we still need to investigate pretty thoroughly is the call center policy, procedure, and prioritization. How calls are prioritized when they go into the call center, what those call centers, how they transmit that information through Blue Team to officers or directly to officers, and how they prioritize that. This was also suggested by City Councilor Matt Keating at the most recent City Council meeting on these issues. Something that I've had my mind on for a while, especially as we see, if any of us have played a game of telephone from elementary school to today, we know how easy it is to have somebody start a conversation with, hey, this person needs help. They're yelling and angry, and have that be transmitted to the officer as there's an angry yelling person, and have that officer arrive with the worst thing in mind, ready for something terrible to happen. And I think it's incumbent on us to not just look at police policy and procedure, but to take a step back and look at the systemic view of how those calls are routed through the call center, how that, the volume of calls, how that, because if there's a disparity in, there could be zero disparity in how officers treat folks that they are called to when you account statistically for the calls that they're going to. And there could still be a massive disparity in which calls the community sees fit to send police officers to through those phone calls. So I think we just need to have a hard look at that literal game of telephone we've got going on sort of behind the scenes. So call center policy, procedure, and prioritization is my first suggestion. Jeremy, can you poke around because it is being slow to update, and I want to make sure I've got the other things right. You know, it's a massive police resource, so it falls well within policy. And I know there's been a lot of conversation on the ad hoc committee and surrounding sectors of our community about dissatisfaction with police being sent to calls that folks feel like were not, did not require a police response. So I'm not pretending to know the answers to these questions, but I think it's worth finding those answers.
I also, can I just
Yeah,
on
by all
what you were
means.
just saying, Sean?
Yeah.
And also, and if anyone doesn't know about it, there's been a lot of this, what they call the Karen calls, where like the black guy was photographing birds in a park, and the lady saw a black man, and he told her she's supposed to put her dog on a leash. She got mad at that. All of a sudden said, "I'm going to call the police on them." So I'm not saying we can stop that, but we can make it where anyone that's caught doing those type of calls should have a serious fine or do time.
Yeah. I think as we talk about the community safety initiative as well, and the need for more officers, because our officers are so swamped by calls, a third of calls never get any police response. There's two sides to that problem. The first side being, you know, officers who are able to respond. The second side being calls that probably never should have been placed, because you can talk to your neighbor, at least in theory. But yeah, to get back to the call center policy and procedure, that's my first suggestion. My second suggestion is a review of contractors. So this would include cahoots, like Dallas was talking about, and St. Vinny's. We've done a little bit of this before, but part of our ordinance is not just reviewing police, but also policing alternatives. And we have been ahead of the ball on utilizing nonprofit organizations to provide a diversity of response and really create a security ecosystem for our city. And I want to make sure we get ahead of the ball on that and make sure that they are in line with community expectations, and that we don't have more Pinkertons in the world circa 1920s. Yeah, so those are my two big ones. I think discipline is, I think we mentioned it before, but the disciplinary matrix and yeah, policy and procedure for discipline are also mine. So with that, Macy, do you have anything you'd like to add? I know you've got a busy day, so you're doing what you can, but I want to make sure we have a chance to hear you as well if you are available.
Everything that I wanted to say has already been addressed.
Excellent. Thanks, Macy.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to read what Chantel said, because I don't think it was addressed before. She said this in the comments or chat. I apologize. I must get off the meeting due to pressing work issue. Thank you all for your dedication. I also apologize for all the technical issues I was having. Also, what I said was that we should review EPD responses to all people experiencing a mental health crisis, more training on knowledge of mental health issues such as autism that is harder to identify within an individual. Also, that children especially have been missing at schools due to COVID, and we should figure out how EPD can help locate these children and provide their families with support. I'm not sure how to include that, but that's what she said.
Mental health identification training
And
is something
chil-
we've talked about before as well.
Okay, and children missing, missing children. Oh, how EPD can help locate these children that are missing and provide families with support.
Missing. So I think I don't want to put words in her mouth. I cannot interpret that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd throw it out there just to.
And thanks for reading it off. I did not see it as part of the chat. Excellent. So here we've got a list of like 30 issues. I think we can break it down a little bit. Hiring and recruitment, domestic violence.
Take that with sexual assault, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy's got his hand up.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that earlier in the night, I heard Councillor Zelenka say something that I appreciated. And he was referring to, well, what are we going to do with some of these particular items? What are we going to, and I think what he was referring to was when it came to the various, you know, which in the end, you know, some of these things might be interesting, but if we pursue what is interesting, how are we going to get the improvement that we're looking for out of it? And my mind keeps going back to the police commissions. One of their main, well, really the main function is to review policy and procedure of the police department. There are about 200 of those. And of course, many of them are getting older every year, and they need us to go in and review those. And a long list of fascinating items here. And I also know that the council is going to be coming to us, asking us to look at the CSI and, or not the CS, well, the
ad hoc
recommendations. And so this is a long, wonderful list. I just think it's important that we remember the police commission's charge when we go to make our selection, to make sure that all of these in one way or another are benefiting police policy and procedure. I know every time I get a new commissioner, they come in and they ask wonderful questions, and I try to help answer as many of those questions as possible, but some of them are long and they require a lot of manpower. And I always go back to say, how is finding out the answer to this, although very fascinating, how is it going to help police policy and procedure? And if we can't find an answer of it is that it's going to, we generally don't focus our energy and attention on that. So I just want to state that because I just see a very long list here, and I know that council is going to be meeting our manpower here soon. Not to put this down, this is wonderful work. I just wanted to make sure that that got said. So thank you. This is wonderful.
So what's the number? What's the number that you're looking for, Sean?
I'd like to get this down to 10 to 15 priorities. I don't think we'll be able to, over the next 2 years, without a significant number of additional meetings, do any more than that, especially given how thorough, i.e. slow, how thorough we've been with some of the policies we've reviewed over the last year.
Okay, but having said that, there's so many of us. I had 8. I gave 8 things and I came up with 3. So the 3 things I did by myself, I cut it down from 8 to 3. If everybody cut it down like that, you're in your 10 to 15, then it's done.
So the way we've done this in the past has been to list all of the, combine them and then list them all and then vote. everybody will get 10 votes that they can distribute as they see fit among whatever they would like to have included. Another possibility would be each of us choosing one. And that would get us down to 12.
John, you could take out my Office of Wellness and Outreach, because I think Amanda also picked that on the top.
Yeah, so I'm
There's overlaps, you know, some duplicates and some overlaps that you can actually eliminate.
Yeah. So I want to keep this as a record of the things we've talked about. I already copied it and pasted it to a copy sheet, which I think we cannot see because of where this looks at the minute. And I will be, if there was like a literal duplicate, I'll be putting them together going forward. I saw Michael and then Ian.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. Ian?
Thanks, Jeremy, for chiming in. And I think that that's a helpful reminder for me. You know, one way that I can do that is just look at the charge of the police commission, but another way that we might think about doing that is including the charge of the police commission right before we vote, just so that we're kind of reminded of, okay, yeah, this is why we're here, and we really need to be discerning in the way that we make our votes. And then also, Sean, I'm just a little bit worried about kind of creating like a crumple zone, right? If it's thinking about how the city council might be giving us a charge to prioritize pieces of the ad hoc final report and review those, and then us being a little overly ambitious. To me, less is almost always more. And so I'd also make a second suggestion that instead of 10 choices, maybe we choose 7 and kind of go through Dallas's really hard process of a lot of this is really important. And Jeremy's suggestion too of thinking of how to be able to prioritize with our charge, so that we might have 7 choices as opposed to 10, knowing that we're creating 3 spaces for potential requests from council.
The crumple zone so last year we did 15. So I was already including a crumple zone by suggesting 10. But you're right. We have some space here. Jennifer?
Yeah, are you including the ones from Officer, and he's new and I keep forgetting his name, Ryan?
Sergeant Nelson?
Yes, Sergeant Nelson, because I think that, you know, his recommendations should be taken seriously as well, if they're going to be part of that 10.
Are you talking about the long range missiles and all that stuff?
Yeah, he made like 5 recommendations, I think it was. I think one of them was long range something.
I think it was heat-seeking missiles.
Heat-seeking missiles.
Heat-seeking missiles from another planet. So the only thing that concerns me when it comes to those type of things is how are we gonna? So I just don't see us changing a House bill from Salem.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He's not asking us. We should be.
He's not asking us to change the bill. He's asking us to look at policy in relation to new legislation.
So if it becomes law, we need to change our policy. Even if it doesn't become law, we might want to change our policy.
Yeah, it's fine if we don't vote for it. I just wanted the option to vote for, because some of them, like the CS gas, I'm very interested in doing that one. So I just wanted to make sure I'd be able to spend one of my 10 votes on a few of them.
Yes.
That was and my concern was I wouldn't want to waste one of the 10 votes on one of those, because
so I might lose. That's okay.
Excellent. So Jeremy, can you switch over to the brainstorm copy? Should be at the top. I'm numbering these so that we can have so that we can vote to Jeremy with some clarity without specifically writing out the whole thing. Ian, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate support for Sergeant Nelson's, wow, I almost forgot. Sergeant Nelson's suggestions, partially because I think it just, sends the message that we're listening, but also I think I remember from 808 handcuffing, control holds, and impact weapons that we didn't look at impact weapons at all because we said that we were going to look at it in a future policy consideration. And then it's showed up here on page 18 of our packet, policy topics and House bill numbers for consideration, long range impact weapons. So I think both we kind of deferred on a later time. So yeah, I just wanted to reiterate the support for having those 5 included. And it looks like you do have them included here.
Yes, I included those first and foremost. I tried to spend my break doing this. I was off on a few things, but I got most of them consolidated. Let me know I'll read through them all as we go. Let me know if anybody has feedback on this list, then we will move to voting. So first, long range acoustic devices, making sure our policy is in line with the House bill. CS gas, making sure our policy is in line with the House bill. Long range impact weapons, same deal. Duty to intervene and report. Crowd management uniforms and officer identifications, particularly in the kind of incidents that we talked about just 2 months ago. And then getting into some of the themes that I've heard today, quite a lot of hiring and recruitment, domestic violence and sexual assault, web presence in particular, and review the reporting of such incidents, downtown safety. Should not say, I had and sexual assault under the wrong one there. Downtown safety, data review of stops and use of force. This, I believe, was particularly looking for demographic disparities. A discipline matrix, policy and procedure about how discipline is conducted. Officer wellness and mental health. The stops threshold, the threshold at which a voluntary stop becomes a detainment, as per Molly's suggestion. Supervisor accountability, training and evaluation. Creation of an unreasonable force policy. Diversity, equity, and inclusion quarterly informational sessions. Public-private partnerships. How does the department work with local businesses? Sorry.
You stopped it. The next one is cahoots.
Yes, I moved that down to combine it with one that's lower. So community outreach and civic engagement in police policy, as well as input, social media and user-friendly infographics called out there specifically as per Bonnie's suggestion. Gender inclusive and diverse language review. Appropriate response level and how it's determined during use of force or during calls, which I am going to wrap in with the call center policy, procedure, and prioritization, unless there's any complaints.
Can 7 and 11 be combined? Number 7 and number 11?
I don't think so. They do touch at an outside edge, but I think the domestic violence and sexual assault is well beyond officer wellness, and officer wellness also extends past the alarming rates of domestic violence in police households.
Okay.
I almost wish that the chief was here because he might be already on top of officer wellness.
Yeah. I think it's an area of concern, not just for him, but for the community at large. So no stop citations, the alternatives to stopping folks. Pepper ball, projectiles as default.
To a gun?
Yeah, as opposed to firearms.
Is there any, I kind of feel like 21 call center policy procedure, pepper ball, no stop citations, and where's the one about like the use of force, or like where's the one about like how much force you use, or
So there's the unreasonable force one with the unreasonable force policy, which we could also talk about under our duty to intervene and report. The call center policy, procedure, and prioritization is combined with the appropriate response level.
appropriate response level. There you go.
As like what resources sent to what kind of calls.
Right, yeah, I kind of feel like in some regards those are all about appropriate response. Like, do you have to stop somebody? Is that the appropriate response, or can you just not?
Combining the
Pepper
no stop
balls also-
citations with the call center policy and procedure.
Well, more falling under like, this is like an umbrella of appropriate response levels, like who we're sending out, why we're sending them out, with what tools. Does that make sense? But maybe that's not how you're working with the umbrella terms. Is that not how you're doing it?
There's a lot of ways we could tackle a lot of these issues.
Okay.
So there's multiple ways we could address appropriate response level and such. I think what I see the most, the way we can make the biggest progress the fastest is by honing in on the policies in operation at the call center, and how do those judge what's appropriate response level, because that's how our cops are dispatched to incidents.
Okay, so you're seeing it as very different. I see that. Okay, I guess that in that way, then it's not really the same thing. Okay.
Silver and then Michael.
So no stop citations, alternatives to stopping folks, was the voluntary threshold conversation. It was in line with the same thing.
Okay, it's those two can be combined.
Well, it was the same thing. It was a discussion that Molly brought up that said there are, in the minds of the officers, a basis for reasonable search and seizure, and the citizen would feel as though it's a voluntary interaction. So there needed to be some sort of a understanding of when that threshold was breached, when it was going from this is a voluntary interaction that I have with this officer to this is something that I have to respond to.
Yes.
So those are along the same lines.
Like a new procedure kind of thing, almost like it's like a different kind of procedure, a different way of addressing how an officer would proceed in a situation.
Yeah.
So the officer's inclination was this is going to be a I have the right to have this interaction with this individual because they're coming at it from a perspective of I have some credible thought, that they have done something improper. The citizen doesn't have that opinion. The citizen is coming at every interaction with that officer. It may not be every interaction, but the citizen's coming from the perspective of this is just a few questions that I'm answering on behalf of this voluntary interaction that I'm having with this officer. Those interactions then become a part of the report and a report of a part of the reason why that person might have been detained or arrested. That was the conversation that Molly brought to us. And I want to make sure that it's clear and that it's in the same view, in the same line here.
So yeah, the stops threshold that Molly brought to us was, what And I believe Molly's going to be sending us follow-up information. But from my conversation with her at the law school review session is, at what point does a voluntary stop become a detention? So that is one question that she was suggesting we review. The no stop citations was actually a suggestion by Bonnie that we review for like traffic infractions. Why do we pull a cop over rather than send a bill in the mail for speeding? And what are the benefits or drawbacks of that?
Oh, is that the case, Bonnie? I was unclear on that.
Yeah, yeah.
My apologies.
No worries. That's not a problem at all, man. Michael? Sorry.
The thing that I would say then in that instance is that we make sure that we have that number 12 be clearly defined as the threshold between when this becomes a voluntary interaction or when it is something that is approachable from the officer's perspective.
Excellent. So the way I've written it is stops threshold, the threshold at which voluntary encounter becomes a detention, and I've written it all out.
Is it just not refreshing or something? Is that why we're not seeing
it's slow to refresh between me and Jeremy's computer. I wish it was faster, but Michael.
Yeah. So thank you for Silver for getting all of that clarified. So this is coming from someone who had, despite decades teaching, still cannot winnow the things I want to cover in a quarter down to a 10-week syllabus. Like at a certain point, stuff we really want to deal with cannot be fit in. And from my personal experience, the temptation to make them all fit by combining a bunch is counterproductive, because then what you end up with is a bunch of super angry students who have 300 pages to read in a week. And because you didn't want to eliminate something, you decided to combine topics instead. So I think we really just have to not combine things and cut things.
Yeah, and I think the way we cut them is by each selecting how we will distribute our token votes of 10. You can vote on any number of things, or you can assign any of those 10 votes to any number of suggestions numbered here for our convenience. So if you want to vote for the first 10, for example, you could assign 1 to each of those. Alternatively, if you really, really want to talk about downtown safety, you could assign all 10 to downtown safety. And then there will be a natural winnowing process. The things that receive fewer votes are just going to not be what the commission agrees on including in the work plan this year.
Hey, Sean, are we moving on to our voting process? Because it's really like 8 minutes.
Time, yeah.
Yeah, and we skipped the break too, so we haven't really, is pushing to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jeremy?
The point of order, if we are going to go over time, we're going to need a motion to extend.
Well, I was hoping to carry out the voting here and now.
8 minutes? Okay.
Well, so I have a quick question.
Dallas?
So right now, we need to be looking at this list and determining, and we're going to come back to you with how many numbers per whatever.
Yep.
Correct?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Can I move to extend the meeting by 15 minutes?
So first off, V, you asked for Jeremy to show us the voting thing and what it'll look like and how it's going to be tabulated. Yep.
Exactly. If we see that, it would probably, answer some of the questions people have. Yeah.
Jeremy, while you do that, Michael, what was your question?
I moved that we extend the meeting by 15 minutes because we're going to spend the next 8 just clarifying the voting process, not voting.
Okay. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Everybody in favor, say hi or wave. Anybody? Anybody opposed, say nay. That is
Okay.
unanimous.
We can't vote over email, right? Like we can just send you our list.
Yes, send it to me via email and I'll pull it up. Just like, if you want to give it to me verbally, I'm happy to do that for those that don't mind having their votes heard. Otherwise, just send it to me via email. The reality is it's a public record anyway. So if somebody does ask to see it, I have to turn it over. But for the most part, nobody ever does.
Oh, I guess what I was meaning was like, I would love to think about it. And also like, I mean, Chantel is in here. So I was just wondering, maybe you could just send us this list and then we could just be like, here you go, here's my 10.
Yeah, I knew that Chantel would not be able to join us for this part. And so I asked that question as well. We need to turn this around to report to City Council before we have an opportunity to finalize it. And we need to vote to finalize it. We need to vote to finalize it. If we wait, we do not meet again before we have to take this to City Council. So we need to, as a commission, vote on finalizing it. And unless we want to have another meeting before the start of next month, we need to do that today.
Oh, could we? Well, I guess because it is Saturday, I guess what I'm hinting at is, I mean, I don't think it would hurt to send it like, give us some time to think about it. And then we could just submit it by like Monday or Tuesday. Because I mean, it's not like anybody's going to work on this over the weekend, I think. Or, like nobody in City Council or whoever needs to see this stuff.
Right. The voting piece is the roadblock that once we have this tabulated in the first and we have all the votes assigned, it's going to be like 3 of these have 10 votes each, 3 more have 5 votes, and then there's a scattering in between those. And where's the threshold for exactly where we cut it off needs to be a vote by the commission, which we cannot do over. We cannot voice votes to approve the work plan via email is the hold up there.
Yeah, basically there's an urgency to get this done ASAP. And then since we're all here anyway, I know what you mean, Bonnie, about us
thinking about things
without votes and all that, but then, since we're all here, might as well get this done.
Yeah.
But also, Sean, I'm hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we would need to do a voice vote once we have it tabulated, correct? So we would need to meet again. We would need, if we waited, we would need to meet again.
Yes.
And vote. So this is part of that problem too, is solving it by doing the vote now.
Yes, correct.
Well, I need time to look at it to decide which 10 to say. How much time do we have to look at it and decide which 10?
4 minutes.
Well, somebody show the whole thing. I need to see everything.
We'll need to zooming out to show the whole thing.
Makes it very hard to see.
Makes it very hard to see. Yes.
If you go to view options, if you scroll up so we can see the whole thing, but you go to view options, you can zoom in on your own. So then you can see each individual thing bigger.
Just drop the first row.
There you
go.
With your phone too, and then you would have a photo of it. You can. Yeah.
So Jeremy, I sent you my votes. I'm fine with it being public. I just wanted to make it quick, so I emailed them.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna fill out mine as well.
How many votes?
10 votes to assign to any number of these issues as you see fit. You cannot assign 10 to multiple, but the total equaling 10.
So you could put like 3 on one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's going to happen here is at the bottom, I've got a total for each person. Let me hide this. So at the top, each of your names are written here at the top. Okay. So then I go down and say, Sean wants 3 on number 2, and he wants 2 here. And say he decides, okay, I want the remaining 5 all to go right here. I'm going to be able to look down here at the bottom and see that Sean has all 10 of his votes accounted for. And that being said, I can see if he has any that are still available, or if he's overvoted, and let him know that he has to retract a couple. So that's
Can I do
how.
a verbal?
Yes.
Absolutely. If people are okay with their votes being seen,
Of course.
we can just knock them out right here.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
He's gonna distract me while he's deciding what he's voting on.
Feel free to mute the computer.
Oh, good idea.
Where can we see the whole list?
Here,
I'm
I'm
looking at the
gonna.
whole list.
You're looking at the list.
Okay.
So Dallas, what do you want?
Are you ready?
I'm ready, buddy.
Downtown safety 4.
Which number?
Downtown safety 4.
Downtown safety.
Downtown safety.
Got it. 4.
Use the number.
Okay, I'll use the number.
It was number 8.
Okay, number 18. Okay, number 18.
Yep.
Gender inclusive and diverse language review, give it a 3.
You got it.
Hiring, oh, excuse me. Hiring and recruitment, 2.
Okay.
Number 7, domestic violence, 1.
Okay. And that shows that you have used all 10 of your votes, sir. Thank you. So who's next?
Jeremy, I can go.
Okay, let me check which column you're in, and you are in, next to Dallas. Perfect.
So number 10, discipline matrix, 1 vote.
Okay.
Number 11, officer wellness, 1 vote.
Okay.
Call center policy and procedure, 1 vote.
Oh, got it.
Sorry, I couldn't find the number for that.
It's fine. It's 21.
Number 7, domestic violence, 1 vote.
Okay.
Stops threshold, and again, number 12, 1 vote.
Okay.
Number 17, community outreach and civic engagement, 1 vote.
Okay.
And then 18, 3 votes.
18, which is gender inclusive and diverse language. That's how many?
3 votes.
3 votes. Okay. You have 1 left.
Cool. Add it to domestic violence, please.
Domestic violence and sexual assault.
Yes, please.
Okay. You have a 2 there. You've used your 10. Is anybody else willing to go?
Amanda, do you have a question, or are you going to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right. So you got M and J there. Yeah.
Oh, ready for your
For number 9, 3.
Number 9 is 3. Okay.
Number 10, 3.
Okay.
11, 3.
Okay.
And then number, I think it was, oh gosh, which one did I want? 15, 1.
All right, Amanda, you are at 10. Thank you. Michael, are you okay with reading them off to me?
Yep. 1 vote each for item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 4, item number 6, item number 10, item number 12, item number 14, item number 19, and item number 21.
You are at 10, sir. Thank you for your votes. Okay. Anybody else wanting to jump in there?
I would like to.
Thank you. Maisie, shoot when you're ready.
All right, so number 11 is 2. Number 18 is 2, and sorry, these are out of order. 15 is 3.
Okay.
10 is 1. 17 is 1. 19 is 1.
You're at 10. Thank you.
Thank
Jeremy
you.
would like to go.
Who was that?
Silver.
Silver. Okay, let me see where you're at here. All right, Silver, I'm ready when you are.
So 12. What do we have there? What's the total so far?
I don't have any in there for you yet.
2. Okay.
4, 12?
It's 2 for 12.
You want 2 for 12?
4 for 15. And
Okay.
4 for 17.
Okay. That's all of your votes. Thank you, sir. Okay. Anybody else ready to go?
Yeah, I'll go.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
V.
You go ahead.
All right. Unlike Silver, I cannot make choices, so 1 for each of these. Number
Okay.
2.
Okay.
Number 4.
Okay.
Number 7.
Okay.
10 and 11 and 12. And 13 and 17. Is that enough?
You have 2 left, Lady
Oh, I
Council.
have 2 left. Oh my
You
goodness.
do.
Did I do 7? Which one did I miss?
Well, so I can tell you what you did do.
Yes, please
Don't-
do that.
You did 2,
Uh-huh.
4,
Uh-huh.
6.
Oh.
You,
Okay, keep going.
you did 10, 11, 12, 13,
Wait,
and 17.
keep going. Sorry.
That's all.
You said 6, and there's not a mark on hers for 6.
Sorry, did I say 6 and not 7? Sorry, you
So
vote-
it should be 6 and 7. I think I skipped one of them.
Okay, well, you've got 6 and 7, so now you have 1 vote left.
I still have 1? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
You've got 2, 4, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 17.
Oh, I
Can we
guess
wait
I
for
could.
vote?
Can I put 2 for 17 then, and then we'll just call it good?
Absolutely. All right. All right. Who would like to be next?
I'll go.
Okay, B. When you're ready, sir.
All right. Number 5, 1. Number 6, 1.
Done.
Number 8, 1.
Okay.
Number 11, 3.
3. Okay.
Number 16, 1. No, wait, I'm sorry. That's 2. How many do I have now?
You have 8. You have
All right,
2.
8. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mhm.
And number 22, 1. And then okay, I already said 1. Number 5, 1.
No, number 5, you already put 1. Does that mean you want 2?
No, I didn't. Number 5. Number 6, I put 1.
So there's a confusion here because they're numbered
Oh.
in the cell block and the.
Sorry, and they're one digit off.
Okay. All right. I apologize
So,
for that.
so no, 5 and 6 are both 1.
Right.
8 is 1.
Mm-hmm.
11 is 3.
Okay.
16 is 2. And 22, I have 1.
Okay. Then I would do my last one for number 13.
Supervisor accountability and training.
Yep. Thank you.
10, sir. All right. Who would like to be next? Chantel's not here, so but she had one that we had for her, correct?
But we can't assume that she's going to vote for it.
True.
Or
good
how many
point.
votes you would put towards it.
Oh, I'd hate to assume for her. We'll just hide hers. And okay, so that leaves Bonnie and Counselor Zelinka.
Sean.
Sean.
Me.
Would anybody be willing to go next?
I can probably figure this out before everyone. So I want I'd like. I know which ones I want to vote for. I just don't know how much I want to put in each of them. So let's start with one each. 21, call center policy, procedure, and prioritization. One for the review of contractors and local nonprofits. One for 12, the stops threshold. One for the discipline matrix, policy and procedure, number 10. Yeah. One for downtown safety. One for hiring and recruitment.
That's 6.
Yeah. Let's do the call. Let's put 2 more in the call center policy.
That is okay. So 2 more. So
for a total of 3.
Okay, that leaves you 2.
Oh gosh, now it's really hard because I've got a limited number. Let's put 1 more in the gender inclusive language. And then 1 more in the review of contractors. Number 22.
All right, so 22 for a total of 2. All right, you have 10. Are you good with those, Sean?
Yep.
Okay, then that means Counselor and Bonnie.
Beauty before age. Go ahead, Bonnie.
What did you say? I don't know. I'm thinking.
He was being a gentleman.
Oh, you're too kind. Can I be a gentleman back?
Yes. Excellent. So, Alan, are you ready? And if not, we can give you and Bonnie a couple more.
Sure. 1 on number 12. 4 on number 13. And 5 on.
Okay, and 5 where?
21.
All right. You are done, sir.
So question, domestic violence and sexual assault, that's like our next meeting. So like, why would I vote for that if we're already doing that?
Well, it's tentative right now. So if we don't approve, I will have to find a new thing to set next meeting on.
Oh, so if it gets kicked out, we're not talking about it?
That is accurate.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, that just changes everything. I thought I was right in thinking, oh, it's going to be there anyway because we're doing it anyway.
It sounds like we have time, so for the record, I'm going to state that I hate this way of voting because it's easy for people to manipulate it at the end, which I know Bonnie doesn't do because I know who the kind of person she is. But I've been in too many meetings where it's been used this way, and it's just a pet peeve of mine. So I'm just going to say it on the recording that I don't like it.
Yeah.
I also do not like this. I hate this.
Yeah, especially when it's done in rounds like this. There's a way to do it where everyone casts their votes and then they get totaled. Yep. But this kind of penalizes anyone who goes early.
Yeah, it's like right now. Yeah, I could just be like, well, everything goes to pepperball projectiles, and now we've got 10 there, which I am tempted to do.
The system we set up, Bonnie, you gotta use it to get what you need.
Yeah, just do you. Yeah, just do you. I went first.
I would. I agree. So I would like to change up this voting style because I ran into the same problem last time around. I decided for this particular meeting, it was more important given how unprecedented everything is, to keep it the same as it was last year, so people could watch last meeting and have a rough idea of how this meeting would go. In 2 years, I will be front of the line to advocate doing it a very different way, basically from start to finish.
Okay, I will say 7 to pepper ball projectiles, and I will do 2 to domestic violence, and 1, just a throwaway vote, crowd management, uniforms, officer identification. Oh, no, wait, sorry, 1 second. No, that one's got enough votes. Yeah, crowd management and uniform, please.
Excellent. So we're all at 10. Jeremy, can you organize this list by number of total votes?
No problem. Hold on. All right. Are you guys seeing what I'm doing?
Yes, it's not work. You gotta.
Yeah, data sort by column N.
Tell them which hotkeys to use too, Michael.
I'm from bottom to top.
That's fine. We can.
Yeah, reverse order.
All right. Well, you guys get to see everything I did, so no magic here. So there it is. There's your top. So then I don't know if you have a magic cutoff.
I would suggest making the cutoff, the supervisor accountability training and evaluation at 6 votes, and make just those top 12, or I guess 11, 12 items. The work plan, it's slightly over the 10 that I was aiming for, but still gives us room for.
It's actually 13, Sean, not 11 or 12.
Well, the first
line is not
12.
All right.
Yeah, there's 12. Okay, so you want the work plan to consist of the first 12?
That is my suggestion, but I need a motion from the commission to make that happen. Thanks, Alan. Do I have a second?
Second.
I saw V's second first.
So we were supposed to have 15. I'm fine with it being 15.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. We can discuss that motion. Silver, it sounds like you would like to make that larger.
Yeah, I mean, 15 would just include an additional 2 those priorities there.
I would say that those 2 only had 1 to 2 people. The next 5 only had 1 to 2 people. The other ones all had 3 or more. Most of them had 4 or 5 or 6.
Well, we're looking at the outcome and not the procedure, because I only voted for 3.
What about if we have that first? Well, we have a motion on the floor, so we have to discuss it.
You can move to amend if you want, Silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask that we would amend it to just add those additional 2.
Alan, do you think that's a friendly amendment?
No.
Okay. So do we have a second for that amendment then?
What's a friendly amendment?
A friendly amendment means we don't need to vote on the amending. It means that it's just incorporated into the original motion, and we move on with voting on the original motion. Because it's not a friendly amendment, i.e. because the person who made the initial motion is not in favor of that amendment, we have to discuss the amendment and vote on the amendment. So does that amendment have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, V. For the discussion on the second amendment, I say I would absolutely love to have my suggestion of reviewing contractors and local nonprofits included, but that including it in the main work plan, I would much rather have those additional 2 left as parking lot items, similar to our last one where we had a couple of things left over where if we had time, we would do them. I also see Michael and Alan with their hands raised. Let's go Michael, then Alan on speaking on the amendment itself.
Oh, I was just going to point out that we're out of time. We ran out of time a few minutes ago, so we're technically done.
Unless we want to extend it a little bit more.
Yes, we do need to extend it a little bit more. Michael, was that a motion to extend it for another 15 minutes?
It was closer to my expressing the possibility that I might just leave the meeting at this point.
How about let's compromise? How about 5? Can we finish in 5 minutes, Sean?
Let's hope so. I'm seeing Bonnie nodding. Is that a second, Bonnie? Lovely. Everybody in favor of extending the meeting? Fabulous. Anybody opposed? No. All right. So go on with your argument about whether these should be the threshold cutoff.
Me?
Oh, it was Michael that I called on. So Alan next, and then you, Silver.
The reason I would suggest not doing that, something that I brought up earlier and something the chief mentioned, which is we should save room for a bunch of policies that are going to come at the police commission out of the ad hoc committee. I think that's going to be more than a handful probably. And so we've already got 12 here. Adding some that adding more just doesn't make much sense to me. We're not going to get to these bottom ones anyway. I think all those 6s we'll probably never, we won't get to because of the additional workload and that the council can give us, and those are going to be the high priority ones.
Thank you for your input, Silver.
Yeah, data review of stops and use of force, looking at demographics for disparities is in my wheelhouse, and it affects me and it affects my community, and I would be fine with just including that one, but I think that's important.
There's your compromise.
V, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just want to, give face to Silver because he really felt passionate about those 2 that we didn't include. And if we could put it in a parking lot, let's put it in a parking lot.
Yeah, and I would accept if we could just include that one data review of stops and use of force. That's mainly, I think it's going to be something that's important in the future.
I, for my part, feel uncomfortable not including both of the ones that got 3 votes and only including one of them, which is Silver, you did not vote for.
That's fine. We can call the vote.
Cool. Calling the vote. Everybody in favor. So to be clear, the motion was to include the ones that got 3, like the 3 votes being the cutoff, correct? That's the motion you made initially.
Include rows 14 and 15.
Yeah.
Can you go back to non-share mode so I can see the vote? Thank you.
So everybody in favor of including 14 and 15, say aye or raise your hand.
This has in parking lot space?
As moved, no, not in the parking lot space.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5 votes. Everybody against including those in the, Macy, that 6th vote was for including it, correct? That was in favor?
Yes.
Excellent. Everybody opposed to Silver's motion, raise your hand. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 votes against. So our cutoff is now 3 votes, and it is included in our work plan. Now to move on with the main motion of this meeting to set these 14 things as the work plan for the police commission to do over the next 2 years and send that to city council. Everybody in favor say aye.
Point of clarification.
Sorry, point of clarification.
You said 14, not 15. It ended up.
This because the numbering on the Excel sheet is different than the numbers.
Oh, okay.
It's
It's not the rows, it's the numbers. Row one
Thank
is
you.
the names.
Thank you for that. So everybody in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed, say no. Thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. And oh, Alan?
Could we please include the prioritization of those in the council's report? Because council's going to give us a whole bunch of things. And so we need to know where we are in terms of what gets chopped off from the bottom.
Yes, we will be doing that as
Great, thank you.
As stated. Ian, do you have?
Yeah, I don't want to make a motion, but I just want to suggest that we meet in person in either June or July.
Amen.
So it won't be in June, but I think at the June meeting we should talk about moving. I will include that in the agenda. So thank you for bringing that up. Unless anybody wants to give final commissioner comments, thank you all for staying late. I will call the meeting adjourned, albeit late. Dallas?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to let the commission know, since I am representing the commission on the American Cancer Society, that right now, not only is the Eugene Police Commission #1 in Lane County, we're #1 in Oregon as far as raising money for American Cancer Society, and I'm sitting at #8 in the nation.
Nice.
So you can hold your heads up with pride that we're doing something positive for Lane County.
Thanks, Dallas. And thank you all for joining me. Meeting adjourned. If anybody has questions, concerns, follow-up discussion, don't hesitate to reach out. A little frazzled until after the election, but I'll look forward to talking to you all.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Bye-bye. Good night.
See you, Dallas.
Bye-bye.